I shouldn't have that going.
No, that would be unfortunate.
That'd be wild. Hello, everybody, and welcome. We are now live. Everything's disjointed. Everything's wrong. Everything's gone so bad, so poorly.
Happy Tomboy Thursday.
Yeah. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Papihos. We are on session 29 of D&D 5th edition in this own custom world, this crazy world that these guys are taking me through. I am joined here tonight by Helminia, Alpha, James, and Suzanne, playing respectively Rem, the gnome cleric, Gilgamesh, the dragonborn barbarian, and Zex, the tiefling bard. This is a I don't really know if there's any specific announcements. This will be the last campaign. This is the only real thing I can think of right now, spur of the moment. This will be the last chapter of the campaign for the time being. That is at my house, my home residence, as I am going back to my college town. So hopefully I'll have a lovely new recording space to keep you guys entertained. It's not going to stop. Nothing really is going to change. We're still going strong and plan on going strong for quite a while, but just warning people about the change. The change. Oh my god, right as the stream comes back online on my computer and blasts my voice through everything. Wonderful. I don't know, is there anything you guys want to say? Any slight announcements that you guys would have?
If you weren't here last session, April is gone.
Yeah, that happened.
I mean, sure, that's that's one way to put it.
I think
Sure, I guess.
Surprise.
Yes. Yeah, that's I mean, you can see that something is missing in the bottom anyway, so
I wonder what. It could
I wonder what could be missing.
This
We're
is
missing a
mystery.
fucking traitor. That's what we're missing.
Whoops.
Fucking traitor that ran away in the middle of the night like some edgy teenage child.
Oopsies.
Didn't even
My
say goodbye.
bad. Sorry, my finger slipped and I left. That's, it's really unfortunate.
So it's unfortunate. But we're gonna jump into the recap really quick before we start off and away. So with that, I'm genuinely trying to rack my brain if there's anything else I want to say. That's because there is. We have, I promised to show at the beginning of the stream our first official fan art, because I did have a sketch of the Doctor given to me, but it was not in the spirit of the campaign. But we do have Rem being made by one of the glorious people, King_Rowboat, and I'm showing it, not that one. We have our lovely fan art of Rem. It looks so amazing, and I'm still surprised surprised that this is where we've come to, and hopefully one of these days we'll have beautiful fan art of all of you guys, and hopefully all of you doing stupid things. So a general thank you to everyone who watches and takes part in the show in this very meaningful way, but also again to the players who have made these characters for people to latch onto and love. With that being said, let's dive right into the recap. Where we left off last, the party was making their way upwards to the labeled as a dungeon and called by someone unknown, the Devil's Paradise. The party made their way up, and through a snowstorm could see a beacon of light. Pushing their way in, and at first trying to be discreet, and then throwing all caution to the wind, especially on Gilgamesh's behalf, battled and killed, again, mostly Gilgamesh on that part, everything they found in the entrance to the cave. The crew, sick and tired of each other at this point, actually got a yelling and lecturing from Rem, which seems to temporarily snap them together. They ventured forth, found a devil and the tiefling that they were chasing. It meant a lot to Gilgamesh. The devil offered Gilgamesh a deal to exchange the tiefling for himself, which he refused. They went back up, collected their thoughts, rested, and went back down, where they did battle with the devil and the tiefling, resulting in a decisive victory for the group, and a war battle axe that fell before Gilgamesh's feet. He elected, with some prodding from the other members of the group, to not attune to it right away, and to see what lies behind the recesses of this axe. And with that, they buried the body of the tiefling at Rem's request and headed back to Formios. As this was happening, they're all tired, and most of them feeling a little worse for wear. April, as the night had fallen, took it upon themselves to sneak out through the tent, rip their Mage's Guild patch off of their quiver, shoot an arrow into it, into the soft snow and turf, bribe a guard for a horse, and leave. Where we come in now, the rest of the group, Rem, Zex, Gilgamesh. The cold has become a constant, and whether you've grown used to it or still detest it, it is still a constant. As Rem, you begin to shift around yourself. You can hear the sounds of your companions waking up next to you. Zex says you're woken up to the sound of the bubble dissolving above your head. And Gilgamesh, your own breathing seeming to wake you up as you all come to consciousness. Gil, you're slightly slumped against the wall, sleeping, the heavy condensation coming from your snout. And Zex, the bubble, making a small area of slightly warm and dry ground, now gone. All of you are awake. What would you like to do?
I want to look out into the distance again, more towards where the cave is, and see if there's anything different I can see.
Make a perception check.
Bomb dice. You know, there's snow. I got a 10.
As you look out, you survey the area where you remember the light, constant light being, and which was not present in the last night. There is nothing. You see no new riders, no new evidence of anything. It is now a clear, clean, and white tundra.
Okay. I'm just gonna kind of do the same thing that I was before and just pace between the two cannons.
All right.
I am going to exit the tent.
All right. As you make your way out of the tent, you can see the bodies of Flora and Findhelm shifting. You can see April's bed is vacant, just seemingly left, and you've assumed that they've gotten up before you, which they have been apt to do. And as you make your way outside, you can see Zek's kind of groggily shaking themselves out. You can see Gil where he was, and a few feet in front of you, there's an arrow stuck into the ground.
I guess I am going to go pull the air out of the ground and wonder, how did this get here?
Okay. As you
How on earth did this get here?
pull the arrow up, the tip has a small tuft of fabric stuck to it.
Is the fabric even recognizable at this point?
It's got a large thing through it. Basically a large gash. It's familiar. And as you kind of look through it, the arrow passes through cleanly. It's just a broadhead. Pulling it back would have destroyed a lot of it, but the central threads of it are destroyed. You're still able to recognize this is a guild patch. Same guild patch you and Zex have.
I'm going to take this, and I guess I'm going to use my Hydroside. I'm gonna ask. April, why'd you do this to your guild badge?
As you whisper into it, Gil, Zex, you guys hear this through the ring. Minute goes by, no response. 2 minutes, no response.
I want to turn around and step to this edge, and then I'm assuming I see Rem.
You can see Rem, you can see Zex.
And I'm just gonna kind of stand there, watching.
As I'll walk over next to Ram.
This is next to me. I'm gonna look at them and say, she's not answering. Do you remember which tent is May's?
No, I don't.
I didn't speak with her very much.
I think it's this tent over here. Second from the front on the right side.
This one?
Yes.
We can go check. Or I'll go check.
I'll come with.
Did you get that thing that you were hoping for?
I did not. Did you?
Not that I know about. What is this, by the way?
What?
It's a rock.
It's a
isn't it?
rock.
This rock.
Yeah.
But this wasn't here before, was it?
No, it's been there since
Yeah,
the
it
beginning.
was.
Has it?
Yeah.
Yes.
This rock feels super unfamiliar.
That rock, this one over here. All these have been here.
All of these rocks feel super unfamiliar. Let's rock.
No, I'm pretty sure the rocks have been there.
Look, you don't look at anything. You don't have rights.
Are you being racist?
I
Is this
can
what
be. I'm gonna come over to this tent.
Yeah, I was gonna say, let's focus on the matter at hand here.
Once they go into the tent, if I could, JC, or no, I would like to cast Clairvoyance.
Okay.
Because it is within 1 mile. And I just want to put it, right there, and choose Hearing.
Okay. As you watch as they begin to make their way through the tent, you yourself just kind of sit down. Clairvoyance itself has a casting time of 10 minutes.
Yes.
So you know
Oh,
that.
wait. It would take 10 minutes.
It takes 10 minutes to cast.
Finish, right.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, casting time is 10 minutes, yeah.
Divination magic takes a long time.
Okay, never mind. It's not worth it then. I will not.
Okay.
I'm just gonna crack over the tent, see if I see May.
All right.
You don't want to knock?
It's a guard spot. People come and go out of here as they see fit. This isn't her exclusive tent.
Yeah. As you crack it open, there's not. It's not empty. There are a couple sleeping men with armor set to the side, but there are no April, no May. You can see men in the bluish, blue-tinted chain of Formios, the chainmail.
Tried Finhelm's tent. Maybe she took it up. Slange's old tent. Maybe she took it up after Finhelm stopped being inside. We'll knock here as best as we can.
All right, you knock. Yes. You hear May.
It's us. Have you seen your sister?
And you watch as she kind of peels back and you can see her. She doesn't have her armor on, but she still has like a slightly blue and white patterned cloak on. She's just kind of looking. No. Not this morning. Is she all right?
I don't know. She wasn't here when we woke up, and apparently she shot an arrow through her guild badge. I don't know what it means, but she isn't responding to us either.
Huh.
She's never walked off on her own like this before, so...
She did say she was going somewhere. I just thought she meant she was going somewhere with you.
I didn't hear word nor wind of her going anywhere.
Huh.
I have no clue where she would go.
I hate to say I don't know my sister very well. The only thing I could think of is home, but could very well not be. I wonder what made her leave.
I haven't the faintest.
No idea.
She was acting rather strange the last time we were out. Shot one of our companions in the leg, and he fell into a hole that we hadn't even looked into yet. Almost died.
I want to say that that's not her, but I don't know. A lot can happen in 2 years. I don't know.
Alright. I mean, either she'll try to contact us or she'll come back here to you. That's all I can think of.
Well, whatever she's doing, I'm sure she'll be fine.
That's the only hope. Alright.
I'm sorry, I can't help you.
Insight check.
All right.
Don't believe her probably reasonable lies. Again, my sister didn't like you guys. You know what the feign is? You know what the fuck it is. Let's go. Insight. Damn, that's low. 11.
All insight.
She
too,
seems
I
to
guess.
be being straight with you.
All insight too, I guess.
Yep.
Oh well, I was way worse.
She seems to be straight with you guys. No hint of being secretive, nothing.
Nothing I
Okay.
can really do about this.
No.
Alright. I guess we're gonna head back to the tent and tell everybody that April ran away. There's no way to naturally handle this, you know.
As Gil, as you're watching from the towers, you can see Rem and Zex. They look into one tent, move over to another. You see May's head pop out, and they talk for a minute or so, and then head back towards the tent that they've been residing in.
On their way back,
Not me.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to ask, is there a problem?
We found one of April's I'm assuming one of her arrows shot through her guild badge, and now we don't know where she is, and she isn't responding to us.
And this is cause for concern?
More or less. She went missing in the middle of the night.
I mean, it's very possibly an assumption that she went missing, but it's possible. Or, on her own terms, I should say.
Missing is missing.
And then I'm gonna hop down the wall and continue to the tent.
Did you see anything while you were up there all night?
You said she fired an arrow, yes?
I'm assuming she did.
The only thing I heard last night was a thud in the ground, but could have been that, could have been different. Nothing else.
Opted not to check.
I didn't pay much mind to it. It was a small sound, nothing more, and then silence. I saw no immediate danger.
Fair enough. We're gonna go inside the tent. Ask the other two if they saw where she went.
Okay. As you walk in, like flip up the tent flap, you can see Flora's fastening her armor, and Finthelm's just kind of just quietly sitting, his hands together, and they look up at you as you enter in. Upon asking them, they both give you the same thing of, no, neither of them woke up during the night. They fell asleep before April, and guessed they woke up after April. Beds. She was never sleeping when they were awake themselves.
So she's just missing. None of us know where she went, and she won't respond.
Do we have any reason to believe that April would leave on their own?
I mean, we all don't exactly get along. I didn't think it'd be something big enough for her to disappear in the middle of the night, but
I thought April would be more of a person to deal with things, but I was mistaken.
there's not much we can really do about it.
Rem, do I have permission to have a touch more than choice words with April if we do stumble across their path again, seeing if they're in, seeing if they did leave on their own?
There's not much I can really do about that.
I was gonna say, you're a grown-ass man who makes his own choices.
That, and I mean, if she wanted our protection, she wouldn't have walked away.
I will keep that in mind.
Well, what's on the docket for today?
I guess Finn told me you wanted to go to Usape, right?
Yeah. That is where I'm trying to go. It's the end goal. Is that still in order?
Yeah, I suppose. It'll cost you 50 gold, but other than that...
I feel like I can deal with that.
Okay.
All right.
Was
then.
there anything else we want to do here before we go, then?
And let the captain know that we're leaving for a little while.
Alright.
That implies that we might plan to return.
Well, we have to come back here at some point for the cart.
Yes. Maybe we'll ride it back down to Greywall.
Right.
All right. So you guys heading over to the captain?
Yeah.
Okay.
Gil has no business with the captain. He's just gonna climb back up the wall while they go over there.
Okay. As you just kind
Actually, I'm not going to go with Rum. I want to skim the book while they're talking to the captain.
which book
Quickly.
specifically?
The one I got off the Tiefling, the Red Hand book.
It's very simple. It looks, first it's very confusing as you see numbers, showing numbers, and then it very quickly is revealed to you, and you can parse together. It was a list, a roster, showing movements, the different capabilities of different people, and then as you flip through, you can see it's more updated. In the beginning, it's very small, not a lot of forces, showing just one longboat's worth of people that touched down on here before not even the longboat stuck around and they left. And then it rising up into a quite formidable force, and then it dipping down as you see he crosses off more and more and more, until where you assume you guys got to him, there's only about 20 or so like people, and it seems like it was scouts, troops that were reconning and would have been away from the place at the time.
Away from like the area where we came in when we killed everyone, there are like 20 people who just weren't there.
It seems so.
I think I should give this book to the captain. But I guess I'll go to the captain after I finish reading it.
Okay. Then Rem, as Zex is staying behind to parse through this book and Gilgamesh is clambering up, you're heading over to the captain. Correct? Rem?
Right.
All right. Well, if we've lost Rem after a while, we've been calling you for about 3 minutes now. It's good.
I stepped away. I assumed you guys were gonna do something. Yeah, we're gonna just tell the captain that we're leaving, and then we're going to Uspe.
Okay. It's for the sake of brevity, unless if you want to tell him anything specific, it's pretty quick and brief. He politely thanks you again and says it's been an honor, and he wishes you well. And then a couple minutes through this, Zex comes in and produces the leather-bound book with the red hand on it that you guys had taken from the tiefling, and offers it to the captain.
This says that there were about 20 troops here within his force who weren't at the hideout when we came in and took care of it.
Thank you. I will definitely make use of this, and it's comforting to know we at last have the advantage in numbers. You guys truly are the gift who keeps giving. I cannot thank you all enough.
One day we might need a favor.
I'll be happy to fulfill that favor in any way I can.
All right.
All right.
Uspe. Oh.
And as you guys leave the captain's tent and venture back into the personal, it's kind of turned into more of personal. The cook still comes in here and makes the meals. So there's about 3 times every day where you guys are interrupted by a flow of people producing meals. But Zex, as you come back in, Findhelm reaches out and pushes into your hands a small pouch, and as you take it, you can feel the familiar hardness of it's a pouch of coins.
Is this the 50 gold for the trip?
Yes.
Alright, awesome. I guess are we ready to go?
Yeah, we'll see this place that you went away to for 3 days.
That's right, I'm the only one here now who actually has been there since April has left. Alright, but I guess everyone come with me. Step out of the tent.
I'm going out of the tent.
Awesome, awesome. Okay, I will use the 50 gold that Fentholm gave me and quickly cast Teleportation Circle.
And as you start, Gilgamesh, you hear a call from Flora. Gil! As you can see Zex beginning to draw a rune into the soft snow that's forever a padding on this ground.
would I even know? Would I even know that what he's doing, or would I just see him drawing? And
You
just
guys
know?
discussed this the morning of, like this
Not only
morning.
that, you've seen me cast Teleportation Circle before.
So you know what's
I
going
was
on.
I was there when you cast it. I don't know if I saw it. Okay. I'll just jump down and make my way over. Wait. Yeah. I'll just jump down and go over.
Okay. So you guys go and you take the process, Zex, of carefully drawing out the circle to this library. And as it all connects, you finally connect the last little bit of it, expending the gold, but Finhelm's covering the cost. And as this happens, you push your hands into the rune as it begins to glow blue, and it flashes up, and the rune is set. And as soon as this happens, you all step forward into the circle, and this rush coming through your forms. Those of you that have teleported before are very familiar with it. Most of all, Zex. And as this happens, you all shut your eyes instinctively and then open them, and almost like you blinked and are in a different place. This very large set of mostly wooden trimming, and it itself doesn't seem to have walls, but instead massive bookshelves spanning up and along, and you can see that you guys are in a slightly opaque bubble. As you guys begin to step forward and walk, instinctively kind of out of the bubble, as it's just kind of covering the teleportation circle that you yourselves have now just stepped through. You walk through and you see that now the bubble itself, the outer side of it is opaque, either a form of privacy or just itself in some sort of security. And you can see now there are elves walking around. This breeze, you guys that have all gotten so used and so accustomed to being cold, now it's changed, and it's actually probably closer to being like 65 degrees Fahrenheit. It's closer and more akin to that temperature, but it's basically you guys going from like 10 degrees to 65. It's a massive jump for you guys. And so in the moment, all of you feel this warmth that comes through of this very well lit, very finely put together, and excessively massive and very daunting kind of library that comes forth. And you are all now in the library that Zex, you know as the Grand Library of Usapate.
Here we are.
And none of the rest of us know what this is, do we?
None of you have been here.
After Zek says here we are, I'm just gonna turn and look at him and say, and where would that be?
The library in Usapate that I told you about.
Alright then.
Oh.
As you all are just kind of passively looking around, you can see only elves are walking around you all, and as some kind of glance your way and look over, none of them are paying you too much mind.
I'm not quite sure where we are, Finhelm, but if what they're saying is true, this is Usapate.
Wonderful. As you all kind of watch, Finhelm's just kind of looking around, and as he turns his head, it almost seems to happen that when he turns into a different person. His ears change to look more elvish. His skin becomes less of a blanket snow white and more of a tan. And he and himself seems to morph. And then as he turns to you, his void, his eyes, which you have all become accustomed to being just blank white slates, now have a green iris to them. So he looks at you and gives a small smile. Thank you, Zex.
Of course.
I'm gonna start off like this and see what I can make out of it, and maybe after a while it will just be me. We'll
Don't
see.
get in any trouble.
Of course. I'll try to stay above it all, for lack of a better word. Thank
We
you.
all wish you the best of luck.
And I wish fortune on all of you. You're I don't know what to call you all, but if nothing else, the nicest delinquents I've ever run into.
Sounds about right.
I have a lot to do.
Alright. You know where to send a message to us if you need anything.
Yeah. Nothing like the present to start something new, huh?
There is no other time.
Wish you all the best of luck, and maybe I'll see you all again. And with that, he gives a small half bow to you all and turns. And you watch as he walks away, the now elvish figure disappearing behind the stacks and stacks of books on bookshelves. As you watch him go, it is now just the four of you.
Alright.
Cool.
We're in the library. Did you ever get that dream you were waiting for?
I did not. Maybe you should speak to your contact and see what the plan is for that.
I'm going to send Jaylene a sending spell.
Okay.
Let me mark that I'm using the spell. 25 words. Checking in to see about dream spell. If no luck, we'll have to travel back on by normal means. Any word you can give us? There you go.
There's a bit of a pause and just... I've got something arranged. She's not back yet. I will have something probably by tonight. She was away.
I'm gonna look to Zex and say, they said it should be okay by tonight. The person that was gonna do the magic was away at the time.
Okay, sounds good. You should let them know that they should give us warning now, so we can make sure we'll be asleep by that time.
This is a very intensive process you have going. Do I look like a goddamn carrier pigeon to you?
You don't have to if you don't want to.
I don't know what's gonna happen today. I'd like to keep some magic ready, but
That's reasonable. You don't have to. It's fine. I'm sure it'll all work out.
I can, maybe. I don't even know if they can cast that spell. But I'll give it a go. Guess I'm gonna send another sending spell.
Okay.
Because fuck it. We're rich here.
All right.
Give us heads up so we know when to sleep. Better to send to Zex teleportation more in his wheelhouse. Wheelhouse is one word.
Wheelhouse is one word, is also 4 words.
Look, I have 4 words to spare. I might throw them in there. Just, that's in his wheelhouse. That'll be the end of it.
Okay.
Oh, I have 5 more words. When you use them. Can cart be brought through? Last 5 words.
About the cart, I've never tried. She'll let you know. Good to know about Zex. I'll make sure she gives it to him.
We're gonna try to take the cart through. It should be okay. The dream's probably gonna come to you because it's more of your thing, and I don't want to fuck it up. So they're gonna come to you tonight. They'll give you the heads up.
Sounds good.
For now, though, we are in a library, but we might as well poke around. What did you do when you were here? You were here for 3 days.
Well, most of that time was just waiting for books to be copied down so that we could bring them back. Since we're not allowed to check out books.
Okay.
The first time we were here, I took some time and looked in the map room and updated my map a little bit. And then besides that, I looked for information on that, the 7 Ascended thing, and they had nothing.
There's no way it would be that easy. We only knew about it because we cracked into a dungeon that had been unexplored for a while, I'm assuming.
Right. I just thought it wouldn't hurt to look, which it didn't.
All right.
So I guess if you guys have any research topics you'd like to look for, go for it.
It wouldn't hurt to look into some things about demonology. We do seem to be running into quite a few of them. Maybe they have a bestiary of sorts. And the whole time we've been having this conversation, have we been approached at all?
It's not right now, as you're all seemingly, it's kind of how you've gone is you guys had your moment, and he walked off, and now you're all kind of turned away from the library, talking to each other about your course of action. And as you kind of look back out you can see people, a couple elves in like long, like gray robes have stopped and are looking at you. Other people are just kind of glancing at you as they're walking by. People are watching you. No one's approached you.
The elves are just looking at us.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to say to them in Elvish, sorry to be a bother, but could you port me towards the bestiaries?
One of these elves, hands crossed over the cloak, just makes their way over to you, just kind of flowing over the wooden floor of the library. And of course, please follow me. And
Were they saying this in Elvish or Common?
Elvish.
Okay.
As you've talked to them in Elvish. And begin walking.
I'm going to follow him. If anyone's going to follow me, you can. You might want to go look at some other things.
I'm gonna see if I can find some other things.
All right. Gil, Floor? Nothing. All right. Let's go.
Okay. As the elf leaves you through, it's just, and still talking to Elvish and you. And where might you be from? Still just walking down, turning to you, Rem.
I've come from Papihos, but I'm originally from Aquaria.
A traveler. We welcome you to our library. Have you ever been here before?
No, but my companions have been here before. They told me that it was rather pleasant, and then if needed, we could have copies of the books made because we cannot take them.
Absolutely. The city here is for amassing wealth, wealth and knowledge, more to be precise, and to allow the wealth of knowledge that is this library to correctly and fairly pass around. Just because I know something does not mean you cannot know something. And so we ask the books only be placed here and left for more to discover and learn. However, copies are of course allowed to be made at a price and taken with you. As you lead down, you see the books varying in shapes, sizes, thicknesses, colors. The shelves seem to span impossibly high. As you look, you can see people on ladders and another one just simply floating with some arcane device, seemingly either of his own devices or something else aiding him. Just kind of slowly drifting over to one side of the high bookshelf, picking something off, turning over, seemingly not being pleased with it, closing it, putting it back. And as you all kind of make your way through, just kind of silently walking in line, he leads you over to a section. Now, what bestiaries specifically would you be looking for?
We're specifically looking into demons and devils.
And that would be something quite special. This way, and leads you, and you see him take a maroon book off the shelf, and it's about probably 4 or 5 inches thick. As he puts it down and gingerly kind of pieces through pages. This may be what you are looking for. Slides it across this table as he had set it down and moves it over. And as you kind of look at it, you see pictures of different types of fiendish beings adorning the pages.
How much is it to get books copied, and about how long would it take?
Trying. I want to see how much it was.
You told me it was 10 gold per book or something like that. I don't remember.
I think it was 10 gold. Was it 10 gold? I'm gonna go with 10 gold for the sake of expediency.
So about how long would it take to have maybe 3 or 4 books made?
It depends. It takes time, but our staff works quite quickly. We have skilled hands. Are you transcribing all of this book or simply sections of it?
I'd like to take all of it if possible.
This book itself, well, we can have someone working all day on it, and probably get it done by the end of the day or tomorrow morning. Anything more, doing more books, will take more time. Our staff has been a bit flooded, and we're trying to... while the staff enjoys working, we're trying not to kill them through their work.
Is there a way that we could pay more and kind of get a little bit of expediency? If not, that's probably okay.
To get this specific book done faster, or are you looking to try and pay more to get more books done in the same amount of time?
More, just, I want to get maybe 3 or 4 books made, and I don't want to take longer than 3 days, I guess I'd say.
Books in 3 days. We could get 3 books done in 3 days for 40 gold total. And I myself would be happy to volunteer to put in some extra labor to get it done for you, if that is the case.
A few more books. Also, out of character, did I read the entire Forminos Bestiary and like the history of Formount? I read all of that. I'm done.
It's
I read it while they were gone, like the whole day.
Oh, for the 3 days that they were gone?
The 3 days, like for 2 days of it, I read it the whole day. Like I did the Bestiary one whole day and the history the next whole day, and on the 3rd day we left.
Yeah. So you've definitely skimmed through both of them. It's up in the air how much details you'll retain, and we'll see that for the foreseeable future. But yes, it can be said that you've went through both of them.
I mean, finished them.
Mm-hmm.
Thoroughly. Because I'm sure this place takes donations.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not trying to fuck up any history checks. And you never gave me anything to write down, so I can't isekai cheat historian here. You know I would. I mean, I read through all of them, and my memory's pretty okay. And if not, I can always just try to remember again the next day, because every day is a new day.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna ask him, do you accept donations, or do you buy the books that people bring?
Of course, any book we are willing to accept as a donation, as all knowledge, whether lovingly crafted or hastily made, is important. It would be more to someone above my position to say whether they'd be willing to pay for certain books or not.
These are very small and probably not worth very much, but I'm going to take out the 2 books I have on me. I've got the the Forminos Bestiary, and the history of Formount, and I'm going to put them on the table.
If you want me to inquire, I can, or if you're willing to donate, I will happily take them for the library's sake.
Either or. I agree with the whole thing you have going on here. Knowledge is wonderful. I could spend the rest of my lifetime here. Probably not learn a damn thing.
As you see his hands kind of he brushes the books into his arms, and, well, I will stick around the main area. I'll be there in about half an hour's time. If there's anything else that you wanted, you can come to me, and I will take the books and payment to transcribe them into copies for you.
Needed one on... I wonder if there's a compendium of old or forgotten religions in every region. That'd probably be a stretch. Usually these things are very localized.
I'm not sure if we'd have anything in the library, in the public sections of the library, that would pertain to that. I am sorry.
So there are private sections then.
Well, the those who are charged with keeping the library in order and the upkeep have access to all of the tomes and books within, as some books upon review are deemed too involved and too devious for any eyes to lie on.
Speaking of books that detail rituals and things of that nature.
Of course.
I mean, if you had something in that nature that I couldn't exactly see myself, censorship is a thing. You could just remove the rituals themselves and give me the history of it. That shouldn't be an issue.
It's been deemed by some of the higher historians in the Grand Library that the knowledge of the history itself may itself be deemed too dangerous. I'm sorry. For someone like me, it is out of my hands to provide you anything of that sort.
Do you know who I could speak with? What group of people I could speak with then?
The high historians of the Grand Library, specifically, I could recommend you to Father Casper and see what we'd be able to do.
Okay.
Would me be getting in contact with Father Casper be alright for you, or is that not necessary?
Yes, that's fine with me.
Alright. Well, if there's anything else that you would want transcribed, currently we can get this, and he picks up the maroon book along with the two books that you have that he's already gotten nestled in his arms. This would be the 10 gold to transcribe if you'd want us to begin now.
I'm gonna give him 10 gold.
Okay. So he puts the maroon book, takes the gold, and puts those on top of the book. It has been a pleasure and service. I will see if Casper will be able to come down to the centralized area of the library. It is where you all entered beforehand.
Okay. I'll wait there then.
May the knowledge you seek be clear. And he takes the books.
One quick question before he walks away, though.
Yeah, catches attention. He turns back around.
Is the library the entire city, or is there like a more general area outside of it?
Nobody, save the historians, truly live in the library. Most travel here during the day and leave before the night is out. I personally don't understand why they insist on calling us a city, but we are one anyway.
You're more of like a city was built around the library, and instead of having a local lord, it's you guys.
All that is here is the library. You travel to different cities on the nation for trade and food and commerce. All that is here is knowledge.
I'll wait in the common area. If you need anything else, we'll ask. I know one of my companions would like to take a thorough look at all the maps. Maybe they'll want copies of those. I don't know if we have those on hand. Unlikely.
Maps take a while to make. People seem to like to hang on to them. But it's... I will see what I can do. He bows to you, and you see him disappear between the bookshelves.
Gonna look to everybody else. I am going to wait in the middle area to try and see if I can convince them to let me see some of the more esoteric text. In the meantime, why don't you guys look for something, or go into town and stock up, and maybe see if we can take anything back to Forminos for them to use. Is anyone else getting anything to read?
Are there like
Okay.
are there sections? Like documented sections?
Who's our Dewey Decimal System here?
Yeah, exactly.
As you kind of like look and parse between, it seems like right now you are in a like a generalized section detailing like fiends in general. As you kind of like squint your eyes and look around, you can see it changes, and right now it's like to the left of you it goes into like it becomes different types of fiendish creatures, as in like places that aren't things that aren't narrowed down to like the nine hells of sorts, but also like places, things that would be known to like the Shadowfell or things like the Abyssal Plane, and you can see tags on that. And if you go to the right, you can see things of more generalized nature of beasts, possibly a part of native to Usupate, things like for Akraria, and things for Ashar and things like that. And it's very generalized, but it's hard to navigate. Seems to be the big thing, as it would seem to be exceptionally hard to find anything without a guide.
Is there anyone relatively around me to act as a guide?
Besides the one who walked away after Rem paid him and gave him donations and such, it seems that the four of you are alone in this section right now.
Do I remember the way back to the maps?
Make a intelligence check.
I wanna look more closely down to the left when you were saying like the different like planes and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And then Can I make
13.
an investigation check?
13. Zex, as you're kind of looking around and you're trying to piece it together, there's something, you get a hint of like uncomfortable feeling in your stomach as you're like, if I was remembering this correctly, there's like a turn here, but it goes straight, and like like it should only go ahead this much, and you try to like peek through some shelves, and it's just blackness, and it's just, at this moment you're a little bit lost.
That's cool. I'm lost, but I think it's super cool.
And Gil, as you're moving over to look more through the fiend section.
Without giving away any information, can I roll investigation on? You should know. It's basically a book pertaining to what I put in my backstory recently. If like, would that be in this section?
You can roll an investigation check to look.
I want to do it.
You don't, or you want to?
I do. I rolled a
Then-
nat 20.
A nat 20?
I know everything.
Well, as you're looking through, you guys are watching as Gilgamesh begins to kind of look and pull and look through different bindings and different actions. And as you are looking for this specifically, you're very confident that you're in the wrong section for it. As you look over it, and you find many things, but in the moment, none of them are even the slightest appealing to you. As you guys watch Gilgamesh just parsing through different books. Zex, you feel a slight tug on the back of your mind. It's almost like someone's grabbing the back of your neck just slightly with 2 fingers and pulling. And then it's gone.
Like someone's trying to what? Pulling on the back of my mind. Oh, give me just a sec. I'd recognize this, wouldn't I?
You might.
Maybe. Let me think for a sec. Actually, I don't know what this is, because this definitely isn't Dream. And it's not Scry, because you didn't ask me to make a check. Pulling on the back of my mind, like someone's trying to communicate.
You just...
Give me a...
It was just an odd passing feeling.
Odd passing feeling, that's it?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm gonna assume someone was trying to speak telepathically with me, and I'm gonna take off my ring and just stow it in my bag for now.
Okay. As you quietly and quickly slip off the invisible ring, stow it in your bag. And the rest of you, and Rem, you're heading back.
I am.
Okay, and Flora comes with you. As you go, you and Flora are waiting in the main hall. Anything else Zex and Gil wants to be doing?
Gil wants to go back to the main section and look again.
Zex just wants to wander around.
Okay.
A little interested that things are weird.
All right. So, Gil, you're going back to the main section of the library?
Like, well, because you said there were the 3 sections that I was at, right?
Mm-hmm.
I want to just keep looking around as much as I can, like Well, first, I just want to find a general area where it could be.
Okay.
Can I roll just a broad investigation check for that?
Um,
Just to like check one book every like few shelves and see if it fits.
well, it's a thing that I'm gonna have to. I want you to make a wisdom check as you're walking through looking for stuff.
Huh.
As Zex seems to turn a corner as you are beginning to wander this library.
Whoa, that's an unnatural 20.
Okay. As you make a wisdom check, as you feel this kind of just odd sensation just kind of wash over you as you're thinking about what you want. And as you step and turn, you kind of glance and you can see that it's a section about gods.
Ooh.
Maybe. And then you kind of blink again and turn, and the fiend section is gone.
What?
It has been replaced by a general knowledge of plains travelers.
Like planeswalkers.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
As it's like generally speaking, and this is a smaller section. As you can see, some of the books are kind of parsed over, and you can actually read the cover. And there's like the cover that is immediately exposed to you is called the Horizon Walker's Journal. And Zex, as you are walking around, it's a weird yet still cool feeling as you kind of turn corners and spin. Every time you seem to blink, it shifts into something different. You see a section about agriculture. As you turn the corner, then it's about ships. You turn another corner, then it's about armies. And you turn another corner, and it's about just general maintenance of seemingly like these weird types of maintenance on like weapons, and it's everything. And it doesn't seem to have a rhyme or reason, but you're just kind of going with it.
Well, I've decided so I was told that they do have spell scrolls here, so I want to see if I can find that.
Okay. As you have spell scrolls in your mind, I need you to make a wisdom check.
I got a nat 20.
Okay. Jesus, guys. As you guys kind of move and step through, that was a natural 20?
Yes.
Okay.
So the total would be 22.
Okay. As you kind of step, you turn and you you walk into a small kind of area, and in itself the books seem to have almost spread over you in an arc. And as there's no more like light of natural light coming in through the top, and as you're just kind of looking over, there's tomes, there's no scrolls. As you kind of look ahead, it's this weird angle where it looks like you're up a floor or 2 or 7, but you can see the floor below you because there's a balcony there. And there's this small, like, slightly opaque thing between you that is stopping you from entering. And you can see rolled up scrolls and tomes that are bound to the shelves.
That's kind of cool.
However, you try to move forward, and you can't move past this slightly opaque thing.
I wouldn't know what it is, probably.
You don't know.
I don't know. I'll leave it be. I'll go back to looking for maps, I guess.
Okay. As you guys go, and it's a general thing. Zex, you find the map room again eventually. It takes a while, just through general, trying to move through the library. But you do find it eventually, and it's the same general maps that you've seen before. Rem, you and Flora wait there until eventually the elven figure comes back. Once again, thank you so much for the donations. However, it is... I'm very sorry to say that Father Casper is unavailable at this time. He's busy in his studies, and I do not have the clearance, nor do most working at this moment, to allow you access to anything. I do apologize for any issues. Now, Gil, as this is happening, as you're stepping through, are you looking through the shelves? Are you choosing the planes or the god shelves?
See, that is a very enticing question. I think I'd be more enticed with the plane. No, I'm more enticed with the plane than the god. If I can look through the planes.
Okay. As you look for the plane, any specific plane you're looking for?
JC, you know which plane.
There
I'm
are
looking
two
for.
planes that you've talked about. I need to know which.
Wait, there's two?
Yeah. Since you don't know which is the other one, I'll take it it's the more obvious one. Roll your investigation check.
Just check your DM.
Yeah. That's
yeah.
the more obvious one. As you look through, make an investigation check.
You know, there's books. I got a 10.
10. Unfortunately, as you look through, there's ones on material plane, and then you start parsing through all of these books. You see several names and things that you don't understand and don't care about, and eventually you just kind of have to step away and collect yourself, and you turn up empty-handed.
I'll shuffle my way over to the gods then.
Okay.
You know who I'm looking for.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I know even less. I'm getting dumber as I go. I got a 4.
Mm-hmm. And this weird kind of fog seems to have come over your mind as well, making it difficult to search. And it seems that in your quest to get to these sections, you yourself have become sort of not closed-minded, but fogged. And as you're trying to parse through, you see names that you recognize, but doesn't really matter, and then names that you've never heard about and don't care about. And once again, as you just kind of blink, there's nothing.
Fuck. Bum. Yeah, that's I have no. I have no interest in looking at anything else. I don't even know how I'm supposed to get out here. I'm just gonna walk back the way I came and hope that works.
Okay. As you're just trying to get back to the central area.
Yeah, pretty
Okay.
much.
It's pretty much. It seems that the second you turn a corner, you're in the central area,
Oh.
and you're back where you have started. As you guys have seen, it's generally a slow section. It seems that Ren themselves seems to have had to come to some sort of agreement with the historian that is told and informs you both Zex and Gil, that not allowed, and whoever's in charge isn't letting us see them. As you all and Flora are now back in the central area.
Wait, allowing them to see what? Sorry.
Just you now all have the knowledge there is a classified area. Whether there are
Yes.
more than one levels, you know that there's a classified area and a public area. Other than that, besides that, you just know that you guys aren't getting entrance to it.
Alright. Well, I'm still in the map area, right? Is that where I was supposed to be, or am I back in the main area?
Well, if there's any, there was nothing for you to get in the map area. The maps are all still the same that you took stuff from. There was
Right,
no
I wanted
fine
to-
details of anything.
I wanted to purchase a map of all the different continents, or like an individual map of each continent,
And
which is why I went back there.
you remember, as it is a library that doesn't buy, it's something that you could get transcribed. However, maps themselves are extremely expensive and extremely time consuming.
Right.
Words are just words at the end of the day. Maps at this point in time are more works of art. You know?
Fair enough, I guess, yeah.
So with that knowledge, you go back to the central area where you are all now caught up and the four of you are together.
Great.
So, with this knowledge, Gil, Zex, is there anything you two want to do?
Do we know that Rem was trying to gain access to the classified area?
Mm-hmm.
Alright.
He told you that.
Right.
However, it seems that it's come to the point where you guys are like, I don't think we're able to get any farther.
Well, I did find the entrance, I think. At least some part of it. I could try to bring you back. I don't know how it would go, though.
Flora's, it does seem that we're not suited to travel it without a guide, and it seems like our guides are not willing to show us what we want to be shown.
Fair enough, I guess.
So, you know that you guys just waiting until the end of the day, because Rem has a book that they are still waiting on to get transcribed.
I mean, if
I-
if I'm able, can I go back to the section and try again to where I was before? Really?
It's a definite thing of you're not, like, you're kind of convinced it's just not there.
Okay.
And it's what is the point of going back to something if I've looked through the books, it's not there?
You said that like my mind kind of went hazy when I was looking at the gods. Yeah.
Mhm.
Could I go back because I kind of forgot what I was looking for, but then at a later time also remembered?
Well, it's not a thing of you forgetting. It's it's a thing of your eyes are kind of glazing over as you're looking for it, as just like, oh, this isn't it, this isn't it, this isn't it, this isn't it, and as you go through, you're just like, it's not here.
Yeah, just after so many.
You've come to the conclusion that in those sections, neither of them hold what you're looking for.
Damn.
As Gil does not have much luck with books.
Wow, what a surprise. Is there like a... Did I ever see like a section about combat or like fighting or anything?
You yourself? No.
Can I go looking?
Do you want to?
I would like to.
All right. And Zex, anything else you're doing while you guys are going for the end of the day?
I'll think on it while Gil is out
All right.
looking for stuff.
Gil, as you're looking for weapons, make a wisdom check.
Not weapons. Fighting.
Fighting. Make a wisdom check.
Why are these the ones I get good rolls on? I got an 18.
18. As you're just kind of stepping in and looking around, this isn't weapons, this is farming techniques. Step into another section. This is about fishing. And you're looking, but you're never getting anything about fighting or the tools of war. You're getting farming and the tools of agriculture, the tools of recreation, and it's so close, but still not what you're looking for. And it's wild because as you kind of like try to hone in, it's like, okay, this is closer to a weapon than this is closer to fighting than this, and every single time it seems like you're just looping back around.
Okay, I'll just go back to the main area then.
All right. Is there anything else you guys want to do?
Yes, there are guides around here, right?
As you're looking, you can see people walking around the outside, and some of them like glancing towards you, and as you kind of meet eyes with them, they give you a slight nod and keep going. There are definitely people.
I guess I'll ask one of them if they can direct me towards a section about myths and legends for the different continents.
Well, is this short, almost like too short to be an elf man with like reddish hair going down his head and through, almost like it's still elven in primary features, but he himself, it's odd. It's like it's a mixture, and as you're kind of like looking at this, it's like, man, this is a little weird, and you realize he's a half elf. Well, legends and myths is a bit of a wide section. Can I have you pause it down a little bit? Anything specifics?
I don't really have any specifics. I'm just curious about it. Maybe just would a specific continent help, or like what exactly are you looking for when you say specifics?
Sure. Continents, myths and legends are a little hard to pin down. History is a bit easier, but you go to the history section, should be able to find something of legends. Give me a nation. I should be able to find something for you.
Let's do Papihos.
Papihos. All right. This way, and leads you, as you kind of 1, 2, 3, and sections of different turns, and you yourself trying to keep track, and then immediately just can't figure it out and giving up.
As we walk, I want to ask him though, how do you navigate the library without getting lost?
It's decades, some of us centuries of training, and eventually the library itself becomes a part of you. And we ourselves also, the library shows those who it trusts the most and who it feels it can trust the way. I think about what I require or what those who are following me require, and the library will allow me in. It's a very simple system, but also one of the most effective ones we've ever had.
That's very interesting. Thank you.
As this happens, you take one last right turn, and, well, this is the general history section for Papihos, and if we move this way, and you go in rows and rows of tomes and books, and pauses and looks. How far into legends are you trying to go? Are these things people might believe are real, or things that never could have been real?
Might possibly be real. Right on the edge in between those, basically, is what I'm looking for.
Interesting. I'd like you to roll percentile dice.
Percentile dice.
Yeah,
Okay.
the 2 10s.
Yep. 82.
82. All right. As he, pulls in and just kind of almost... It's interesting just watching his hands just kind of glide across the shelf as he goes up, 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 and about 5.5 feet up, grabs a book. Starts leafing through. It is a legendary man. People would say that he might not exist, but this is the best proof that he exists. Bit of a legend of the nation. And he hands you this hefty tome that, as you see, it has this slight green trim along the cover. It itself does not have any type of title on it.
Okay. What's his book called?
Flips it open, and it seems scrawled. It seems like it's been scrawled in a quill instead of there's no printing press, it seems, that some books have. Simply called My Greatest Weapon.
All right.
Now, to explain, it is claimed that this is the, not journal, but kind of thoughts and practices of a legendary wizard that lived on Papihos when it began. And people didn't think that those in the arcane had any right nor any want to be in such a barren and undeveloped place, but yet we have this that claims that someone was. Is this anything like you'd be looking for? I myself was just guessing to see what would be interesting. A good read, if it will. If it's not, I can put it back.
Sure, yeah. Let's give this a look.
All right. Are you just opening it right there and reading?
Yeah, why not?
All right. As you just kind of lean back and crack the book open, you begin parsing through the pages. It reads a lot like a kind of a journal, but there's no dates, there's nothing. And it's a telling of a man who says he himself walked from Usapate to Papihos. Not across the water, just across space. And when he arrived, made himself his own castle, and from which he surveyed everything. Learning from everyone, as anything, including the smallest insect to the largest dragon themselves, had something of use. However, it was a mixture of pity and closer to hatred for everything around and below him, both literally as he was on top of tower and in his perceived power. And how are you just gonna keep going through it?
Yeah, I'll keep going through it.
All right. As it keeps going, you yourself are just kind of reading about he watches a ragtag, as he calls it, kingdom rise, and then he himself started seeking who would be able to not only work alongside him, but be worth and worthy of what he was doing. And he found people that he called people who, if he could jump to the moon, they could make it about 5 miles. In his words. However, they were the best he could find. And with them, he was going to see what he could do to try and bring those up closer to him as people who are more knowledgeable, are more interesting. And then that's pretty much where the book ends.
Was there a name of this guy?
Nope.
Nope. No names of nothing. No name of the castle. No name of this dude. No name of anything. No names.
The historian who's there. Well, that's why people don't think it's very convincing. There's nothing, no hints of anything, nothing to check. Just a tower that supposedly exists. Not even a description of it.
Okay.
That's why they're
That's
legends.
interesting.
It's one
Yeah,
that
well,
it's one that could exist. Just might also not.
That was exactly what I'm looking for. Okay. I have one more thing that I want to look up. It is within Papihos. Do you have any information on a city that used to stand southeast of where Forminos is now. A city that disappeared from maps.
Not to my knowledge, no. That is an interesting one, though.
It is.
Maybe the library should
I-
start looking into it.
Yeah. Jacob, I wouldn't know what this city is called, right? What was... can I roll a history check to see if I can recall what that... Somebody I remember said something, maybe it was in Vic from.
Mm-hmm.
Like they talked about it and
So-
they called it something.
someone
I
did
don't
talk
remember
about
exactly
it.
what it was. I don't remember exactly what they called it. Is there any chance I can roll a history to see if I can remember that?
Roll a history.
18.
18. You do remember it was called, specifically now, it's called the Lost City.
It's now called the Lost City. Does that ring any bells or no?
Specifically, the thing you marked it on your map as well, it's the Lost City of Prosperity.
Right. I wasn't sure if I had known the prosperity part or not,
Mhm.
so I wanted to ask and make sure before I did that.
And I'm sorry. I don't know.
You don't know?
I apologize.
Okay. That's perfectly okay.
Be a lovely entry to our history section.
Great. Thank you.
Of course.
I guess I'll head back to the main area now, after giving him back the book.
All right. So he slips it carefully back in. And you're all back together. Is there anything else you guys want to do?
I want to go shopping above ground.
Okay. A thing that was noted that they told you, the city itself is just the library, and it's not really a city. It is literally just a library. Think about it. The best way I can think about it is, the place where the Pope resides, technically, in real life. That no one actually lives there, has a population of 0. People live elsewhere, and people get their food and water and commerce from other cities. People travel here. So there is no above city.
All right, then. We're just going to wait here, then.
Okay.
And I don't feel comfortable going out and trying to make our way to the nearest city. I don't think it'll end well for us.
No. I do want to ask real quick, though. I guess one of the guides, is there anywhere where I can get, like, enough paper to bind into a book?
How many sheets of paper would you require? Are we talking parchment or just paper? How well do you... Just paper?
Yeah, just paper.
Give me a amount of paper, and I can get it for you.
How about... Well, how much is it per like sheet of paper, I guess?
It's a couple silver for a sheet of paper.
Give me like 20 pieces of paper.
20 pieces of paper, all right. It'll probably then be it's like 20 pieces of paper. It'd probably be like 40 silver pieces and then an extra 5 silver to bind it for the binding agents. Is that all right?
Is there any chance I could have it covered as well for extra?
In leather or something
Yes.
else? Leather?
Leather would work.
We'll make it just a gold instead of 5 silver, and we'll get you binding and leather. So
Binding and leather. Okay.
yeah.
So I'll just give him 5 gold then,
Mhm.
since that's what it was.
Yep, it'd be 50 total silver, so 5 gold.
Yep, I'll give him that.
All right. So you hand him. be right back. And comes off and comes back. And if nothing else, you guys spend the rest of the day, Zex, you slowly and carefully binding together this makeshift.
So how big are these pages, real quick?
Like standard, he's got you like 8x11 sheets of paper.
8x11? Okay, so I want to... So you know how when you're in elementary school, you're making books, you fold them in half to double, like, the writing space?
Yeah.
I want to do that.
Okay. So you're making them...
So I want to make, like, a 40-page book, basically, out of the 20 sheets
Okay.
of paper by folding them in half.
Gotcha. So you do that, and eventually, for the sake of brevity, if nothing else is happening, we'll run through to the end of the day.
Does this technically give you more paper? Or are you actually getting more from your paper by folding it in half and writing on it like that is my question here. Like, are you just writing smaller then? Like, couldn't you just wrote extra small on the big piece of paper instead of, making this... It makes me feel better.
It makes me feel better because it looks like I have more.
I want to feel like a... Really? You should fold it 42 times.
That would defeat the purpose, though.
No, but then you could be like the other dude and go to the moon.
All right. So, with this, eventually, you all, you complete this, and then eventually near the end of the day, you see the familiar elven man come towards you, Rem, with the binding itself isn't as nice. It's more simple, and it looks more like a thicker form of parchment over it instead of like a legitimate book, as he hands it to you. Here's your transcribed book.
Is it the same thickness as the one that I showed him?
Mm-hmm. Like, there's the cover itself that makes it less thick, technically, but it still has the same amount of pages.
I'm starting to have some not communism friendly thoughts right now. Because this smells a little like communism. Alright. I no longer have the Forminos Bestiary or the History of Formount. I do instead have Demons and Devils Bestiary.
Mm-hmm. From the Usupate Library. So, with that said, he bows to you and begins walking away. And what will the four of you do?
We can go back to
Forminos?
For now, yeah.
Okay. I would like to mention as well, do you guys want to look around Forminos while we're there? Like, I don't know.
These people are eventually going to come back to their homes. I don't think we
Right.
should go around poking around this shit, you know?
Alright, that's fair. I just figured I'd ask just to see if it was something we might want to consider.
We looked around most of it when we were looking for the teleportation circle.
Right. Alright, yeah, that's fine. Are we just going back to Forminos then?
Yep. Wait and see if that dream shows up.
Alright, I'll inscribe the teleportation circle onto the ground and spend the 50 gold.
Okay. So you do that. All of you take the time as you inscribe it into the ground for Forminos, and the four of you return. Lighter, one person, and a couple books, but gaining a new one. You all appear in the top section of the Church of Bahamut in Forminos. You all kind of regain your breath You just heading back to the camp?
Yeah.
Okay. As you do, it's very late in the day, as you can see the sun coming down, and this time, Zex, you hear the voice of Jaylene.
I hear it? Okay. I'm hearing.
A friend is here at the Mages Guild. She will send you the dream. She has the Mages Guild circle. The cart will fit. I don't know how you'll... And that's it.
Okay, thank you. We will be bedding down for the night soon. Hope to see you in person soon. That's what, 19 letters or words?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's fine.
You're within it. Alright, and with that, the four of you trudged through the slightly packed snow. And
Hold on. I want to share this with Rem real quick, that I got this message from Jaylene.
So she doesn't know how to fit, basically, right?
mm-hmm.
The cart?
Yeah.
She didn't say that. She said the cart will fit, and then a little bit extra, and then it cut off.
She said she don't know how you'll write.
I don't know how you'll, and then it cut off.
Okay, so when you lay down, it's how big is it? Is it like this, or is it like this?
Let me double check real quick.
Because I remember asking the question.
10-foot diameter. But I believe that's within the cart, isn't it? This is the cart right here, so if we bring it in, like, within the 10 feet, it should fit.
Yep. Yeah, it should. JC, it should, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It should fit.
We can get it. We can get it through in 6 seconds. We'll be in it. You'll drop it. You'll walk through. I'll drive it through, and then we'll be good.
Yeah, that sounds good. I guess let's go to bed. Oh,
Before we go to bed, I am gonna go tell the captain.
Mm-hmm.
I want to go talk to him.
All right.
So,
So you...
bam.
Yeah, as everyone else goes to the normal tent, you yourself travel to the captain's tent and... Hello?
He says hello to me.
Mm-hmm.
We'll be leaving. I don't know what if we'll be back this time. This might be our final night here.
Well... I know Formios isn't the most inviting or most comfortable place, but I hope you have a wonderful last night.
We're going to Greywall. If anyone needs to send any letters off from there, have them write them up tonight, and I'll take them with me, and they can give me like the money they need to send it off, and I'll send it off when I get there.
Of course. I'll check to see if anyone's from Greywall themselves, or if anyone just needs a letter gone. Thank you.
I'm going to pull out my where is it? Where the fuck is the item? Why do I own so much fucking garbage? My last bottle of golden wine. And I'm gonna put it on his desk.
hey, it's not our last bottle of golden wine, though. Your
It's
boy still has, like,
My
2.
last.
Okay.
I'll get more when I go,
Just-
but it's my last bottle.
He looks at it. That much of an occasion to be off, then.
I did say that I'd have a drink. And from all the things we've been through, you could probably use one. You did almost die. and then have the man that attempted to kill you laze around in your camp for a few days probably wasn't very good for your levels of stress.
Nothing around here is, but you've done more than I ever thought anyone could to help reduce my stress. So, you win some, you lose some.
To tell you this truthfully, we had no intention of helping with the efforts. We really only came up here for my companion's personal business. As it stands, my companion has run away, and I have no clue where she's gone to. So, I guess it's somewhat fitting that as her business ends here, so shall ours. For the moment. It may come back eventually. There still is one more dungeon to the north that we'd like to poke through. We're just ill-fitted to deal with it for now.
Well, as long as we're fitted to have you, you're welcome to come up here and weather the storm with the rest of us. But I don't blame you for leaving.
It's time for me to move on to the other things. If I wanted to stay with war efforts for my years on this earth, I would have joined the service myself.
Of course. It's a life, but it is the one we all chose. And I hope your way of life brings you fulfillment, and however it turns out.
In a morbid way, I guess it was interesting seeing a war firsthand. We don't really have them where I come from, so...
Oh, this is the place here to see war. Thankfully, we've been able to keep war out of most of the other places.
Good job, well done then. You're more than welcome to drink to your heart's content. I won't stop you.
I'll have myself a glass, but you shouldn't delve too much in the vices. He takes and you see he pours one and holds out the cup to you.
He gives me another cup.
Do you have a cup
second
already?
Cup? No, he's giving me a cup.
Mhm.
Okay, I wanted to make sure this man had more than one cup. I'm going to accept the cup, and I'm going to drink with him for a while before heading to bed.
All right. As you complete this, and the rest of you kind of move in, and Zex, you just kind of quickly just try to settle in. Your mind's kind of racing, just kind of trying to mentally prepare yourself. Gil and Flora seem to slip off into sleep very quickly compared to you. You're like, come on, settle down. And eventually...
It's gonna be in my tiny hut, but I guess I'll be in here tonight.
Okay.
Gil was on the wall again, by the way.
Okay.
He never actually went back into the tent. He went back up on the wall.
Okay. And as this, you're eventually able to just kind of calm yourself and just hold yourself a bit and take a second, and eventually your breathing slows as you calm down and drift off. Later on, Rem, you eventually finish and make your way back and retire as well. No, Zex, as you just kind of drift off, as you're opening, just kind of trying to keep your mind open, then your dreams themselves, currently you're just in a dark, just kind of dreamless sleep. And then it opens and it crystallizes, and you're in this like slight green area, and it's almost like grass, but not quite. It's more of like a green, like a green glass that's just kind of around you. And then you can see a figure is kind of emerge from this green glass. and walk towards you. And it's recognizable, the half-elven, womanly figure with red hair. You recognize this as Kylene, the half-elf druid.
Oh.
As you make that kind of noise of acknowledgement, surprise, you realize you are able to talk freely. And then your feet kind of solidify as it looks like you're walking on nothing. It doesn't look like your feet are connecting with anything, but just you're on a ground. And she's just kind of walking towards you. Hello, Zex.
Hello.
Well, let's... And she herself... basically, the next... it takes about like an hour of time for her, as she is relaying some stuff to you as well. So...
All in my notebook.
Okay.
Shoot.
So, first thing is, there's a letter that Jaylene already told Rem about that she had for him. However, she wanted to make sure and double down. There is just a letter addressed to basically the two of you that she hadn't gotten before. It's got some, like, a little bit of weight to it. It seems that there's something within the letter.
Okay, so there's a letter for Rem. There's a second letter for who?
It was addressed to both you and Rem.
Okay, so the first letter is for Rem, and then there's a letter for both me and Rem.
Mm-hmm. That was newly arrived. That she hadn't had the chance to tell Rem about. And it seemed to have something in it. As well as in general, just telling you about the people, like Darren, Tyron, Jade, and how they're healing, although Jade did leave, as you were told. Tyron and Darren are sticking around and trying to help. The Mages Guild at the moment has currently stopped taking like new people, as they're just trying to keep themselves in order with the influx of people from the Fighters Guild. She just wanted to warn you that the Mages Guild was a lot more filled. And then, of course, she said that Jaylene had meant to show this to you guys when she knew that you guys had come into your own with this type of magic, of transportation magic, but she never had the chance to until she learned afterwards that you guys could use this. But the Mages Guild has a teleportation circle itself. And as she begins to just kind of draw and trace, it's not herself. She's just not holding anything in her hands, but as she's kind of moving her hands across what would be the floor, you can see it shift and merge, and lines appear seemingly to press into nothing, as it almost turns from the green glass-like liquid, like surface, to harder bricks lined with silver, and becomes a spitting image, or possibly even the exact image of the teleportation circle in the Mages Guild at Greywall.
All right.
Is there anything else I can help you with? If not, I'll look forward to seeing you, Greywall.
Nothing right now. Thank you very much for the information and the teleportation circle, and I look forward to seeing you in person next time.
Oh, of course. It just took me a while to make my way back. I was off and away from the guild. But Jaylene told me, and I came back as soon as I could to help.
Thank you very, very much.
Mm. All right. Well, have a good night's sleep, Zex. And I'll see you possibly tomorrow.
Yes, you too.
And with that, she appears to not even step backwards, just disappear. And the green slowly fades back into black. And then you wake up. As the rest of you wake up after a full 8 hours seems to have passed. The morning comes up, the slight bit of sun coming into the Formios sky, Gilgamesh, slightly but not really warming up your skin, wakes you up. And Rem, not drinking enough to send you into a harsh state, but still one to set you into a groggy enough state when you wake up. You all come to consciousness. And you are all now awake, bearing new knowledge.
Did you get that dream that you wanted, Zach?
I did. And I have news. We should get Gilgamesh, though.
All right. You go get him. I'm going to go check on the cabin. And then I'll meet you by
Okay.
the car.
All right, I'll go get Gilgamesh then and take him over to the cart.
All right.
Speaking of Gilgamesh, does he see anything different out on the horizon?
Looking out onto the outside, nothing seems to have changed or shifted. Seems normal.
Same as every day.
Same
Is
as
Gil?
yesterday.
Is Gil sleeping at all, or is he just sitting up on the wall?
Oh, he falls asleep.
Looking.
He falls asleep at night. He just sleeps outside.
You
And
just
since
don't
he
really
is a
see it.
dragonborn adapted to cold, he's able to do that.
Okay.
The rest of you would not be able to sleep out there.
Right.
Losers.
With that, Zex, you and Flora kind of gather around. And you're all just kind of moving together. Rem, you head over to the captain. And you can see... Like, he did keep to his word, and throughout the night, he just nursed that one glass and didn't have any more. So he's fine in the morning. He does have a small sack. And tied to the rope at the top, there is a smaller pouch, but it looks heavier, and you can tell that there's a coin pouch secured to the letter pouch.
All right. Is this everything?
I believe it is. This is all they were able to get to me, and I don't wish to hold you back.
All right. Anything in here from you going to somebody?
Me, no. My life has been here for quite some time, and the people I know, the people I trust, and the people I talk to are the ones around me.
Not even a letter to the royals?
Call it misguided trust, if you will. But I fully believe they have gotten my letters. The ones I've already sent. Do not wish to pester them more, especially if we only have 20 people. It would seem a waste to send their standing reserves to Formios when there's only 20 people to attack.
All right. I'll take these as soon as I get there.
Appreciate it.
It's been a pleasure. Allowing us to stay in camp, helping you with your situation. I somewhat dread to think what would have happened had we not been here, but I'd like to think that your forces are proficient enough themselves to not wholeheartedly require the assistance of a misfit band of delinquents.
It's very, very...
It certainly helps, but...
Yes. It's exceptionally helpful. I would tell you, I have faith that my men would have held the wall. However, it is foolish to not give you all your thanks, and to not realize that I would have lost many more had you all have not been here. And for that, I thank you.
All right. This joke may be in poor taste, but do try not to get stabbed in the back anymore while I'm gone, yes?
I'll do what I can. I'll make a specialized armor piece just for your sake.
All right. It has been a pleasure, and maybe one day cross paths again.
May we hope.
All right.
With that,
Go to the cart.
with that, you guys head to the cart.
And I'll be
Gil,
right
you
back.
can see everyone moving their way there.
I went to go get Gil.
How?
I
did
thought
you-
I
what
did
did you
when I
do?
left the tent. I
What
was
did you
waiting
do
for
to
Rem
get
to
him?
finish with his conversation.
How would you like to get Gil?
Gil, let's go to the cart. We're about to head back to Greywall soon. Gil,
Okay.
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 uh,
Back to the cart.
Okay. As you all
uh,
head to the cart, Zex, you spend another 50 gold.
I want to detail the stuff that I got from Jaylene before we go.
All right.
So last night it was Kylene who shared the dream with me, and I got news from Greywall, including that there's a letter for Rem, a second letter that is addressed to both you and me, Rem, that apparently has something in it, some kind of object or something. I'm not sure what it is. That Tyron or Darren are well, but they are helping the Mages Guild while they are still healing up, and that, to reiterate, that Jade has left, and that currently the Mages Guild is quite full because they took in all the people from the Fighters Guild, I assume.
All right.
So that's all the news I got.
That's all the news in the world.
Cool. I'll transcribe this circle for 50 gold.
All right.
I'll spot you half on this one.
You'll spot me half? Okay.
Tell you what,
Yeah.
I'll spot you an even 30.
Thank you. Okay. So I'll take 20 out of mine and he'll take 30 out of his.
Okay. As you've now pooled your resources to get to this
Mutual under-
this mutual amount of funds, you yourselves watch now as Zex, you begin casting this spell and send it to this new pattern that it's still a teleportation circle to the rest of you, but it's some noticeable differences. And as you guys watch as it casts, this blue light begins to move forward, and as you all have the breath taken out of you and blink instinctually.
Oh, it's so long. It's so
Hard.
And you are now back. And you see the stone with wooden accents of structure of the inside of the Mages Guild, and you see the circle, and you can see standing on the side, you can see Kylene actually there, seemingly watching as she kind of takes a half step back as the carriage that is in here fills a good, like, 2/3 of the room. And as it just, as she kind of steps back, welcome home. And you are now back in the Mages Guild in Greywall. The immediate thing that becomes apparent, the carriage isn't ready to fit through a doorway.
Oh god. Slight oversight. Just a little bit.
Small oversight. Other than that, the rest of you can make it in and out, but currently 2/3 of the Mages Guild Teleportation Circle are being taken up by a wagon.
You know what? I got it back here. I tried, okay? Push comes to shove, I'll make a hole in the wall and fix it.
I'm willing to make a hole in any wall if you can fix it. Like you say you can.
Let's talk with Jaylene first before we start making more holes and more walls.
I'm sure Jaylene would appreciate you guys not coming back and immediately breaking something.
Do I know? I'm certain it's been boring without our certain sense of flair.
I myself have managed to keep busy. Other than that, when you all left, things have quieted back down.
Busy ourselves, dealing with the conflict up north, killing giants, some more than others.
I mean, sure. I'm sure you have plenty of stories. I'm sure others will want to say hi, and it's been a while. It's been a long time.
It's been almost 2 months, maybe?
It's no short amount of time.
All right.
As you all just kind of make your way outwards, it's just basically there's a hall that goes down, and the general thing that you notice is it comes out from one of the side sections of like there was the hallway behind the counter, somewhat behind the counter, that led to where you guys had taken your actual tests, the trials. And you actually see that this place was a bit further along as you're led down a long ago but still almost more nostalgic than familiar now passageway that leads past the trials room. As you guys make your way out, you see a general, the general same, familiar yet still kind of fuzzy because it's been a while, reception area of the Mages Guild. and you can see the desk, and you can see Jaylene behind the desk as she kind of sits up and actually stands and gives just a general warm smile to all of you. And looking past her, you can see into the dining hall, where you can see a collection of people and people that you recognize, just kind of sitting around. You can see Tyron, you can see Darren, you can see Lixon, and they're all kind of talking, kind of spread out, and you can see there's another figure there, but it's a little bit hard, and you look and you think for a second it's Kylene, and then you realize Kylene's kind of standing next to you. This one you don't quite recognize, but you've seen people come through the Mages Guild before.
Missing somebody.
Jaylene's kind of standing. Welcome back. Oh, some mail for you.
A gift for you.
A gift?
I got this in Vikram. It's not the best, but it's from Vikram, and I bought it, and it's for you. And I'm gonna hand off this faux gold hairpiece that I got.
Oh, thank you. I didn't expect this.
I didn't expect to be in the north 2 months. Pleasant surprises.
Pleasant surprises. Here, and she comes underneath and she produces one very normal looking letter and hands it to you, Rem. The other one, it's a letter with a bulge in the middle, and this one she hands to Zex. These arrived for you. Zex, the one I handed to you was dropped off yesterday. The other one has been there for a while.
Okay. Also, cart doesn't fit. We don't know how to get it out.
Oh no.
So can we access the outside through one of the walls?
You're going to tear down one of the walls.
It's a question of can we access the outside from that room?
No, it's just a solid wall.
What's the wall made out of?
Stone.
I can do that, and I can fix it.
We'll talk about it.
It'll look the same too.
We'll talk about
when
it.
Rem says, I can deal with that, I'm gonna kind of walk up behind him and say, I can do it as well.
I understand. We'll talk about it.
When I say I can do it, I mean I can do it properly with stone shape, like a not heathen.
Listen, the cart will get outside one way or another.
We got other things.
Oh,
It's fine. It'll sit there for now. Let's just settle in and enjoy ourselves. Oh, Julian, I know you haven't missed us.
Oh, you guys are always the most interesting ones to come through here. No offense to the rest of them. Always been an interesting problem.
I can notice we're missing someone.
I do notice. Well,
I tell you this because you backed her, but while we were in the north after reuniting with her sister, April ran away in the middle of the night. We don't know where she went.
well, all I can do is wish for her the best. That's terrible. I'm sorry to hear about it.
She did it for her own reasons, I'm sure. I'm sure she was sick of this particular type of flair that we bring. Maybe she wanted something more cohesive, like a family. We couldn't do that.
Maybe. Burnout's a thing. You all do fly very close to the sun. She kind of shakes herself. Well, don't worry about the cart for today. Just rest. You seem to have gone through a busy few 2 months or so. And, I don't think it's possible you all are coming back to work on anything. I'm sure you're just coming through. But everything's still open. You're still members of the guild.
Alright. I actually have to head out. No rest for, I don't want to say the wicked, but no rest.
Where are you heading to, if I may ask?
I have to... I figured since I was already on my way back, I took letters from the soldiers of Farminos, and I'm going to send them off from the post office.
Oh, that's very kind of you.
It takes a long time to travel from there. And then I'm probably going to go take a bath.
No. We have to go talk to Barris before you take a bath.
I have to go talk to Barris too, but I also have to take a bath. You got to take a bath.
I did get to take a bath.
I had to clean my body with snow.
You
I'm
are
assuming
all
that's what
showing
we
a
do.
little bit of wear and tear for the, mean nothing by it.
War changes a man.
Well, glad you're back.
Alright. I want to get the card out today, though. Well, it's like a chill day. We're not doing anything. If I'm doing this magically, I'd like to do it today.
After Rem says that, Gil wants to like crack his knuckles and say, or we can do it more
Gil?
physically.
Gil, stop. You're a wonderful help. And I'm sure you could take it down. However, this is still my hall. Please do not.
Eileen said she'll beat your ass.
Gil's just gonna kind of grumble and stand there.
This is your guild hall now, my guy. This is it. This is your boss.
Are you saying that in character?
I'm gonna say this is your guild hall now, and you report to her. So in a way, she kind of is your boss. Like, she gives you the contracts. This is not the person whose temper you'd like to test.
I'd like to approach the group.
Alright.
Oh, I'm gonna beat the fuck out of Rem.
You wanna fight me for good listen?
As you guys are talking and grumbling, Rem especially, because you have a higher passive perception than the majority of the group.
Actually, no.
No?
I think we all sit at 15.
Who else sits
How do
at
you calculate
15?
I think Gil sits at 15.
What's your perception bonus, Gil?
Huh?
What's your perception bonus?
Mine is 6.
You have the highest passive if yours is
Like-
+6.
Mine
Yeah.
is +6.
It becomes
yeah.
16. I'm not proficient in
Whoa.
I'm not proficient in perception. I just
yeah,
have my base wisdom.
I'm proficient in perception, so mine's a 15.
Alright,
Yeah.
so actually, Zex, you notice it first. It's out of the corner of your eye, you can see it's a woman with red hair is kind of pushes away from the table and starts walking over. The woman herself has like, it's just a general kind of fur coat on, under, like, on top of a black tunic and like black trousers. Just as she comes over, you can see there's a sword kind of jutting out from one shoulder, and they're walking towards you all. The rest of you pick up on it soon after.
I noticed you might need some help moving a cart. I'd be willing to help you if you need.
We need no help.
I think we can manage. Should be alright. I'm assuming you didn't come over here solely to move a cart, though.
No, not necessarily, but I figured at least some of you were magic users.
Indeed we are. And yourself?
Yeah, I'm a magic user.
You know, stone shape?
I do not, but I know other earth-based spells.
I guess you can help, but I don't know what good it'll do for us. Stone shape's the main thing here. We just needed to get it out, but you know, any hand's appreciated.
All right.
Can I ask your name, though, seeing as you're trying to help us?
My name is Suna. And what are your names?
I'm Zax.
Rem.
I'd rather not provide said information. You have no need
He's
for it.
He
he's
already-
Gilgamesh.
You already got yelled at.
He's
Everybody in the guild
Gilgamesh.
knows your name.
It's very nice to meet you all.
Some more than others.
Watch
You
it.
said
Ren.
it.
You want to fist fight me, lizard man?
You wouldn't stand one blow.
You willing to bet your life on it?
You're the one who would agree to a
Guys?
fight, not a fight of magic.
Gilgamesh, Rem, both of you.
We wouldn't be fighting in your guild. This would be, say, to put it lightly, none of your business.
Then hold on to that thought until not in the guild. In the guild, you're all working together. You're allowed to not work together outside of it.
It's still working together. The fist fighting is working together. It's a form of bonding.
Working together to smash each other's faces in.
It's bonding. I've done this with you before. Are you forgetting when I laid you out in that alley in Tilvium?
It wasn't an alley.
Are you forgetting when I laid you out in Tilvium?
You know, my memory seems kind of foggy.
And you wonder why. It was bonding. You sure you want to get involved in this, Suna? Are you sure you want to get involved?
Well, if you specifically are as powerful as you say, you might be helpful, and hopefully you can find me helpful as well.
Alright. When I come back, we'll start working on that. But for now, errands.
Alright, so where are you guys going then?
As Zex and I are going to the post office, can he open the sealed letter with the items in it for us?
You don't want to look at your own letter first?
I want to know what's in ours, because if it's my own letter, I can have him send it to me and I won't have to tell you. But since this is for two people, it has to be read out loud, unfortunately.
Doesn't have to be read out loud. We can each read it individually.
Might as well do it while we're walking.
Fair enough, I guess. I'll open up the letter. I want to see what's in there first. What's the item?
As you open it, there's a small amulet in there.
Yes,
Very
I knew
familiar
it.
amulet to you.
Let's go.
This is your Amulet of the Drunkard that you had lost.
Didn't lose it. Someone took it.
Borrowed.
Borrowed.
As you pull out the single sheet of paper, it's very precise and very, very quickly and elegantly written in cursive. It's just a simple thing, seems to be from the doctor, and it says, "Firstly, to Zex, this is yours. Johnny did not mean to take it. He forgot. He asked me to give it back to you, and I was in town for a bit. To Rem, it says specifically, if you're about, I assume you can talk to me if you want to. If you're feeling like you'd want to assist me in some things that I'm doing, there'd be a bit of coin in it for you, and plenty of stories." And that's all it says.
All right.
It does say it's from the doctor.
Yes. I got it back.
Can you send me my own letter in DMs?
Mm-hmm. And if you want to read it out loud, it's good too. It's your choice. But
I can. I didn't read the letter I wrote out loud, so.
that's fine. As you guys are walking, Rem just kind of opens up the letter. It's very simple.
It's a motherfucking JPEG.
And as that's going, you guys are just simply walking down the road. I gotta see if you guys... Yeah, you guys know where the post office is. It's quite quick to head down the road. As you guys are going, the town itself is seemingly as busy as it normally is. There's vendors on the main square. People calling out wares and different fruits. Just kind of around in general milling, and it seems that the city itself has gotten back into the swing of things. As Ram, you go and make the deposit, and with the correct amount of gold inserted that was needed for it, the postal worker who is there is very, very grateful and adamant that everything will be delivered safely.
All right. Bears. We gotta go to Bears.
All right. Gil, did you stay at the guild?
Did I?
Yeah, or are you walking with them?
I don't know what they're doing. Well, okay, who else is at the guild?
There's Darren, there's Tyron, there is the woman who introduced herself as Suna, and there's Lixen, and Jaylene, of course.
Wait, when did Lixen get here?
You know I'm gonna stay here and go meet up with Darren and Tyron. Like, come on, man. You know.
As you just kind of go in, you can see they're just kind of leaning back. You can see that Darren himself, one of his arms, his left arm, is wrapped up still. Darren himself looks normal as he turns. Hello. And he stands up and grabs you, and it's like you're just like, oh my god, he's tackling me, and then it's like, oh, this is just a hug from a really buff guy.
Oh, welcome back.
It's been a long time.
It has.
Darren just kind of moves slowly, just kind of still being mindful of his arm. He's like, huh. Nice seeing you again.
Yeah, you as well. What have you guys been up to?
I mean, you upped and fucked off, so we've been taking care of the guild, what's left of our guild. And, sure, you've been having fun, having adventures. Well, my arm's still broken, but at least I still got my arm.
Speaking of the guild, have either of you seen or heard from O'Brien?
See Darren's face kind of just sour a little bit. He's like, no. I mean, if you fucked off, he completely fucked off. He's disappeared from the face of the earth. We don't know. We haven't heard anything. It's been a long time, and it's been long enough that I know if when he gets back to us, when we heal from him again, he's gonna be a damn near god. Whatever he's doing.
I bet I could still go toe to toe with them.
Sure. My name's Tyron. No offense to you, Gil. O'Brien spends the majority of his time beforehand getting his ass beaten, and eventually, when you beat someone up enough, his skin gets tough enough to take it.
And you think that I'm not a man of similar circumstance?
I've seen you lose once. I've seen O'Brien lose a lot.
I've lost once due to my own error. It won't happen again. I can assure you of that. And the next time I do lose, it will be my final death.
Well, that's reassuring. Hopefully I'm not there for when you die then. Didn't you not have a sword the last time I saw you?
No. I picked this up actually. It's quite handy.
Where'd you get it?
Better compared to the last time I had a sword.
Gotcha. Sorry, it's not my place to talk about your sword. Curious. That's all. Never mind. How long you guys plan on sticking around?
I'm not sure. I'm not much of one to collect information, really. I go and I know that I might land a few strikes on something along the way, so I keep going.
Ah. Fair enough. I'll be out for a while at least, but I can still punch with one hand, so if you can punch, you can work a tool. And my mouth still works fine, so I've been trying to help out my best around here. You know, Tyron doesn't talk too much, and when he does, it's fairly helpful. So I've been kind of turned into the voice for the Fighters Guild for the moment. As you're just kind of watching this, you're just seeing, after he noticed your sword, his eyes kind of just keep flicking from your eyes to the sword.
I noticed this.
Yeah, it's just, he seems to be just curious about your sword.
Do you have a problem with my new choice of weaponry?
I tell you the truth, it just looks familiar.
How so?
Well, I mean, my dad wasn't a part of any higher oath power. He didn't go to school like I did. He was just a working man, and looks pretty similar to what he used to make in trade. He used to be a man who worked for the armies and made swords. You're just looking more like a dragonborn that comes from Papihos is all.
I can assure you that I'm not.
Al. Just saying, it's like carrying a little slice of home for me on your back, personally, and I was just curious where you'd gotten it. That's all. You don't want to talk about where you picked up your new device. It's all on you. And he just kind of leans back and tries to assume just kind of like an at-ease position. With this, switching back to Zex and Rem.
Out of character, I do want to say, these are your friends. Why are you being such a fucking dick?
What do you mean?
Like, you could say, yeah, I picked this up in Farmount. I was up in the north. I was doing this. Instead, you're like, the next time I get in a fight and I lose, I'll like... Gaguke.
Gaguke.
That's how he shows love.
I
No,
thought
this is-
Tyron was gonna say more, but he's just kind of vibing, I guess.
I think they know. Bro, they know.
They know nothing. They know nothing. They know nothing.
Do we technically know what happened? Did he?
Not
You
think
told
so.
us, didn't you? You
Also
did.
know.
I
Oh,
know.
Yeah, no, I did. I told him he's Rem.
We know. All right, Tiberius.
All right. You and Zex head over to the
Good
Spectral
progress.
Allies. And on the way, you can see again the bustling streets again of vendors moving back and forth. You can see people laying rugs out, different devices and different foods. And it's all very normal. And it's a nice change of pace for when you were in a war-torn, abandoned city. And eventually you make your way to the Spectral Allies. As you move in, there's a soft sound marks your guys' entries. Ding, ding, ding. And you see the tall, high elven woman with black hair look up at you. And you see Barris. And she gives a slight smirk at your guys' direction. To what do I owe the pleasure?
I brought you a gift from Vic
Did you now?
I'm gonna give her the ornate scroll case I've been holding on to.
All right, as you hand over the scroll case, you can see her. It changes from less of a smirk and more of like a small smile. What did I happen to do to deserve this? Thank you. You see her open it and just kind of run her finger along like the crease of it. This was very kind. Thank you.
Also, is that item that I requested already?
Let me check.
In 2 months, she told me 4 days.
Mm-hmm.
Item you requested? What is this, Ram?
I didn't request anything that's your business.
Really? I'm your friend. You can tell me.
Friend is a very I'm talking patron saint. I'm talking God themselves kind word for what we have going on here. You'll see what it is in a bit. It's gonna be in the cart, so I guess you'll find out eventually anyway.
Why don't you just tell me now?
Because I want to show it to you.
Okay, that's fair, I guess, as long as it's ready to go.
It's the.
It's been a while.
I will reiterate the item that I requested. I had the dead baby box repurposed.
Yes.
To have an alarm spell on
Yes.
it and to be immune to knock.
Yes.
So it can't be opened except by me.
I remember that.
Hoping she threw in like an extra dimensional space, a little, make it bigger on the inside than it is on the outside. I got layers on the inside, reverse onion Shrek thing.
Gotcha. As soon as you said dead baby hawks, that's what clicked it.
Dead baby fucking hell.
That's what it's marked and everything.
The spectral scroll in front of her disappears, and she disappears for a second, going behind the curtain behind the shelf, and comes out and produces the box. I do think this will suit whatever needs you're trying to accomplish.
Also, since we're here, we might as well get to business then. You're not gonna like what's about to come next.
Do I ever like what's about to come next with all of you?
Sometimes.
I don't know, when we're paying you for something, you like it?
I do have to relent, yes. You are some of my best customers. You've ran out the majority of my stock, actually, last time you all came through. It was fun.
Or I guess we're gonna need like 3 bags of holding before we leave again. we gotta skin animals to make money and shit. We need more space. Anyway, you're not gonna like this.
Mm-hmm.
Can you guess where I picked this up from? And I'm gonna take the infernal great axe out and put it on the table.
Lovely.
I had someone else appraise it. They say there's something inherently wrong with it. I want to know if it's cursed. So if it is, maybe I could do something about it.
You watch her pick it up, and the green energy just kind of flares, turns blue, and then dissipates from her eyes. Well, to say there's something wrong with it is an understatement. It's made by infernal magic, as I'm sure you know, as you called it an infernal axe when you gave it to me.
I picked this up off of a horned devil.
You have all gotten onto something amazing adventures, haven't you?
I wouldn't call them amazing, more like deadly.
We fought on the warfront up in Forminos. We killed giants. We did a lot of things up there.
Zex,
We basically turned around the entire front.
it's amazing. Saying amazing and deadly. It's so often how those two adjectives just serve hand in hand. They do collide a lot. So, problem. This, I would wager a guess. Yes, this is probably cursed. I do not know what curse exactly, as it is in the nature of most curses to not allow the user to know. Normally people figure out what happened from a deadly game of trying it out. I would not suggest that. You could take it to someone of a higher divine power, and they could possibly cleanse it, or you could sell it and just have cold hard cash.
You'd buy this wretched thing?
I'll buy it to keep it out of the hands from someone else. Call it my good service.
You think I'm bad hands for such a thing?
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying...
That Gil's hands are bad.
No, I'm just saying that
You shut
your
your
hands
damn
may
mouth.
not be bad. However, I remember a specific one of you two telling me that your hands were a little bit easy to pry something out of a while ago.
What the fuck does that mean?
You
don't
fucking
recall this.
died, Rem.
I didn't say that in character. I was thinking, I died in service. I died in service, okay?
You are a very
And
commendable
we
person.
helped
and
him
it was
immediately.
It was a tragedy. However, you have to look at this in the most objective sense. I'd rather it be locked somewhere else than traveling in the bag of holding of people risking their lives every day. Does that make sense?
Is this your way of saying you care about us?
Take it how you will, Rem.
Can I insight check to see if Bears cares about us?
I want to insight check this too. This is a good thing to insight check.
Could have she? On that one, but it still comes out to a 10.
17.
17. Rem, she's a little hard to read.
Damn.
Zex, you see, she's kind of embarrassed.
She's embarrassed?
Yeah.
Embarrassed? I hate it here.
Please. Take me out.
I think I'll hold on to it. Maybe, I don't want to attune to it.
No. Hey, Barris. Can I tell you something in confidence that you won't tell anyone else?
Sure.
Can you make it so that no one else can overhear us? Just you, me, and Rem? Is that something that would be feasible?
A silent spell is weird like that.
The silent spell is not the correct one to use. She closes her eyes for a second and just...
Telepathy.
You see her hands move out and then seem to, like, bunch up for a second. Alright. No one
can overhear us?
No one can hear in, and you can't yell out of the shop right now.
Before you say what you're about to say, Zex, I want you to know this woman sponsored you when you were about to be on death row, so please keep that in consideration with the words that are about to come out of your mouth.
I'm asking, you're very knowledgeable, yeah? You've done your fair bit of research around this place, right?
Yes.
We came across something while we were out in Forminos. We went into a dungeon called the Soul Dungeon, and we came across an abode of sorts, and found out
You ever
about
heard of something called the
something a little
Ascendant?
weird. The Seven Ascended specifically.
I'm sorry. I know a lot of things. I doesn't strike anything for me.
It's alright. We've been having trouble finding more information. We even visited the Master Library of Usipate, and they had nothing.
Did you now?
Which was... We did! It was fun.
Oh, you're all having so much fun. What a
Having
pleasure.
fun, fighting wars, losing friends.
Oh, yeah.
Of course.
Well, I guess if you could maybe just keep an ear out for anything like that. I don't expect it to come up, but if you hear anything, would you let me know?
Of course.
Awesome. Thank you.
And anything else you guys are doing at the Spectral Allies?
Ooh, I wanted to ask how much a decanter of endless water would be.
Let me check. And I was going to pull through. It's funny, the last person who bought this was actually your friend, one of your friends that came through.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you used it against me in the tournament. It's what gave me the idea, that and not having the ability to bathe.
Cantler of Endless Water would cost you about 550 gold pieces.
I'll keep that in mind. Thank you.
How much is a necklace of fireballs?
Necklace of Fireballs.
That's going to be expensive.
I would like to know, because if we end up going back north, I'd like to have it, and we're also lacking quite a bit of firepower. I think it's time that we start augmenting ourselves with some certain items.
A Necklace of Fireball is in the thousands. 5,500 to be exact.
That also, speaking of thousand, that spell scroll that you wanted to buy from us. 39,000 was on the table, right?
I believe so.
How much could you sell this for, realistically? What would you gain in profit?
Well, honestly, I'd probably keep it, try and trade it for something else from someone. People come through every once in a while with things they're not apt on getting rid of. And certain people I've been keeping my eyes on. There is one gentleman that I am trying to convince him to let go of one of his more favorite items, and maybe I could use this as a bartering tool.
What item are you trying to get from him?
I was going to ask the same thing.
It's a curious thing. You wouldn't think it's magic by looking at it. There's a I've only seen it once. He walks around and it looks like a normal steel chain. However, he seems to, he uses it as a weapon, almost like how I would use a wand or a staff. And it's just exceptionally interesting and exceptionally unique. I believe you saw him beforehand. He doesn't use it a lot, which is why I think I could get away with convincing him to part with it.
Who did we see?
The doctor, specifically.
Ah.
He has a chain on his chest. He doesn't use it. It seems that he just more has it as a collector's item, but it's interesting, and I've never seen one like it before. Figured whatever I could use to barter for it would be worth a shot. I'm not looking to sell it, if that's what you're asking.
So coming back to that, you said 39.
39.
Did we round to 40? You know we're gonna end up spending it here anyway.
Make a persuasion check with advantage.
Because that's exactly what's gonna happen. I rolled a nat 1 and a 16, so I'm coming up to 22.
22. All right.
Does it really matter?
40.
Give us more. 40. All right. Zex, 40 sound okay to you?
I suppose.
All right. And she holds out her hand for the scroll.
How long is it going to take you to get this money for us?
Now, to tell you the truth, I've... call it instinct. I've been expecting to have to give you guys a large sum of money. I actually do have over half of it prepared to give you on the day. If you'd prefer me giving it to you right now, I can. I can also have it discreetly shipped to your guild. Your
How
choice.
much are those bags of holding, by the way?
Bags of holding?
Are they like 500 gold?
They were 600, I believe, are on my roster.
Let's hold off on that, Rem.
We're gonna need them eventually, and then tomorrow
know.
we're gonna clear out all this shit that we have in the cart. Some of it's rotting. We need to get books on tanning hides.
I can't help you there.
All right then, sounds okay to me. I will come have a drink with you the next time I'm able, and we can talk about some things. And I want to give her a look, like the look, like I want to kind of like where Zex can't see. I'm gonna like I want to give her the look like how do you convey that you want a telepathic message sent to you so you can tell them what you learned? I don't know. Is that the same thing as bedroom eyes? Like, hey, I'll tell you about something, specifically something that I messaged you about when I was traveling. Do you remember?
I believe I do. I'll make sure I have time. So, first of all, the scroll, and then do you want I have 25 right now. Do you want that shipped to you discreetly, of course, or would you like me to just give it to you?
Jacob, out of character real quick. Where would we even shove 25,000 gold?
It's a good
If we
question.
took it with us right
for the
now.
sake of an argument, can we just assume that it'll fit in the coin purse?
Well, the thing is,
Coins have weight, and it's a lot.
yeah, the coins do have weight. And she's not stupid. She's reading your guys' faces.
You should
I can
hold on
still-
to them for now.
Give it to you in platinum.
It's still a lot.
It is a lot. If you want me to ship it to you, I can ship it to you.
Can you hold on to it until you have the full amount?
Sure.
Just for now.
All right.
Where do we even go to buy a property in the city?
If you need to go and buy a property, I'd direct you to the post office, actually. It seems odd. They have more than one office in there. The frontal spot, which everyone just goes into, is the post office. You ask to see, she thinks for a second. Ask for, Kane. Kane will be able to provide you with the...
Did you say Haim or Kane?
Cain, C-A-I-N. He's elven, like myself. He should be able to provide you with whatever you might be seeking.
Okay.
So am I giving her the scroll now, or are we waiting until she has a full amount?
You can give it a scroll now. I think she's good for it.
Okay, I'll give her the scroll then.
However much, in platinum, of course, did you want of 25,000? I can give it to you now if you're requesting it.
No,
If you
I'll
don't
just
have
give this
faith in
scroll
me.
to you. We'll give it to you in good faith. Just contact us when you have the full amount. We'll come and get it.
We'll probably come by when we know how much it's going to cost to buy property. I don't know. What are property prices like here?
It depends on how large you want. They've opened up some keeps near the outskirts. Those can run an amount, a costly amount. They have some small places here. There's a, actually, I think
There was a tavern I saw here.
there
That looked close.
There was. Actually, the one I know the most about, I wouldn't, don't let me influence you either way. The house next to me, actually. I believe they put it on sale about half a month ago. Not my direct neighbor, but a house down. That's the only one I know about on the market, because I know they moved out a while ago. But I'm sure there's plenty of houses out, and Greywall has keeps that can be made and land that can be bought.
All right. I don't think you'd want to be our neighbors, though. Can you imagine?
Oh, you guys would be quite a ruckus.
All right.
Let's head out then.
I'm gonna show it to her and sit it on the table. Tell her, I picked this up from an automaton of sorts that was rather nasty. I don't think it does anything anymore, but maybe you'll find some use of it. And I'm gonna hand over the glass orb that I picked up from Robot Man, whose life I ruined.
She kind of holds it and then turns it over to palm it. It was once a arcane focus. Seems to hold nothing of use now, but if nothing else, an interesting collectible. She places it down on the desk, or the counter.
She has no use of it then. Does she? Is she keeping it?
And she's just placed it on the counter. You can take it back if you want to.
I'll let her keep it. All right, we'll see you soon.
All right. I'll see you soon.
There's one more place we have to go.
Mm-hmm.
We have to go to the Adventurer's Deposit to see what these gems are worth.
Okay.
Right. As we're walking there, Rem,
Yes.
why don't you trust me?
Why don't I trust you? The one time I trusted you with information, you brought it up in front of the others in broad daylight, even when I told you not to bring it up.
Clearly, I'm learning from that.
I hope that you're learning from it, but as time goes on, maybe things will change. But as it stands, it served no... You were going to find out eventually anyway. You're going to say, hey, Rem, what's that box, and why can't I open it? And I would have to explain to you that I repurposed it.
Fair enough, I guess.
It isn't something that you needed to be trusted with. I don't ask you about every item you have in your possession.
Generally, you don't have to.
I'm a bit more nosy than others. So I'll tell you, this is the box, and a few days before we went to East, I went to Barris, and I spoke with her about having it enchanted. And now it has an alarm spell, so I will know that if it's opened, It has anti-knock magic, so even magically, it cannot be opened.
All right, that is quite interesting. I appreciate you sharing it with me.
It's literally for the purpose of keeping secrets.
All right.
I do want to keep talking to Tyron and Dayron.
I think I'm just gonna wait for Rem to get back.
I'm aware that Jade is out, like not in Greywall anymore. Yeah. So yeah, I'll just ask. So I know Jade is out, but how is she doing?
She just said she was tired. Besides that, she didn't speak a lot. Jaylene volunteered to watch over what's left of the guild, and she accepted. And simply said she was going to see her sister, and she'll be back when she's able. It's better to just act like she's gone now. Then it'll be a nice surprise when she comes back.
Are there any plans with the remains of the Fighters Guild?
Currently, no. I mean, Jade still owns it. What's left, anyway. It's just gonna be there for a while. Until she comes back, it's probably just gonna be a ruin. Or if she stops, like, if someone, I don't know, I'm not qualified to talk about law of how long it is before a structure is deemed abandoned and it goes back to the crown. I don't know. But for right now, abandoned.
Is it really that bad? I never seemed to get a good look at it before I left.
Yeah. Roof's gone. It's been mucked over, turned into rubble. Not a lot's left, and Tyron and I went back and collected everything of value so it wasn't stolen and picked through. We'll keep it for when Jade rebuilds. So
If
when she'll be back and she'll rebuild.
You'd like to think people would return to where they were before, but you never know what circumstances they may have been under.
You give them a purpose, they'll come back. She has a purpose.
You can be given a purpose and a duty and a place, and yet abandon it with seemingly no word.
Well, then you have a better duty to something else. That's the only reason to abandon a duty. I don't know. And we're gonna switch back.
Wait.
What?
Out of character. I got my sword at format, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Once it goes quiet for a second, I'm just gonna mutter. Foremount. I got the sword from Foremount.
No way. You got... I'm... who'd you... Did you get it from, older man, old guy, runs a smith shop in Foremount. He's, or did you buy it from like a traveling merchant, or just like around Foremount, or like, I buy it from like I don't know, it's been a while. It's not like there wasn't a weapon shop last time I was there. Could have been now. It's, sorry, it's been a while since my, my dad is a blacksmith. Foremount's where I grew up.
I see.
If you got it from a smith, it's a good chance it was my dad. If they were older, if it was a young one, he probably got an apprentice. I don't know. It's been years since I've been at Foremount. My sister could have been running the shop. I know she had a bit of a knack from metalwork.
It was not your sister. I do believe that it could have been your father, though.
Oh, that's good to see he's up and about then.
His work is surprisingly average.
Oh.
Well, depending on what type of sword you get. He made, he's specialized more in, god swords. In the later half of his life, he was, conscripted more or less. He was paid well. What's the word?
Voluntold.
No, he was paid. Thank you, weird disembodied voice of Zex. He was qualified. He was paid. He got a job. He got a contract. He got contracted. By Dakra, I believe it was, the Dragonborn tribe up north, to start making great swords for them. And he got okay at it. He never got as good as his long swords. That's what he was used to. But it's good to know that he's still it's good to know he's still up and about, and I hope he didn't give you too much of a hard time. He's a bit of a harsh one, but he's a good man.
He's not much one with a spine, but I don't suppose much of anybody in that town is.
What do you mean? He's a... God, he'll kick you out in your ass if you talk to him too loud.
I'd like to see him try.
Oh, for you, you're quite big, but anyone else, he's got... I remember there's a time a drunk man came in trying to just buy like a dagger or something. And obviously intoxicated. I was young, maybe like 14, 15 at the time. And I was trying to be a big man and tell him to shove off and just not get out of here. He's drunk, stay away. And he pushed me over, and I hit my side into like a bucket of quelching water, and I pushed it. It fell over and spilled, and my dad got so angry he took a sword that was currently in the actual forge out with the red hot handle and just slapped it right across his ass. He's one heck of a guy. Yeah. No, it's good to know he's still there. Maybe I should go pay my dad a visit. It's been a while.
Just know, you'll have to get a special request from the royalty there if you want to take 2 steps into the place.
Royalty?
Are you not aware?
I mean, I've left the place like almost a decade ago now, but I don't remember a royal. I don't pay attention to much, but yeah, we had people that owned a lot of land. But no one who called himself royalty.
I find that to be quite surprising. We had to get special request from him to even want to think about buying an item.
That's... it's not how I remember it. Who's royalty up there?
Did I ever even catch a name of this man?
You did.
You did.
Need help, homie?
I put it down somewhere and now I can't find it.
History check.
What is it? How many? What is it?
Can I tell him?
Yeah?
It's Lord Tiber.
It's somewhere on my paper, I swear. It's a man by the name of Lord Tiber, if that rings any bells.
I mean, he owned a lot of land, but he was
Well, now
no
all
royalty.
of it.
That's... What? You see he's gotten a little bit like... He's gotten visibly kind of like upset. He just pushes away from the table and stands up. And he's... Excuse me, I'll be back. And as he moves, you see him exit the dining hall.
when he says I'll be back, I'll just kind of like give him a nod.
Okay.
Well, Tyron,
Yeah. I don't know anything about Fallout.
I don't know much either, and yet I've been there.
Have you seen Terra?
No, I haven't. Has she been gone?
She's been gone for a long time. She said she needed to go and meet with someone, and she hasn't come back.
Did you know who this someone may have been?
I mean, it was her friend, it was her friend, Soa. He is a little fella who, he shoots people.
Sorry, who was that you said?
Soa.
And she had to go and meet with him?
She left. She left. Like maybe like she was gone when you all left. She left the day before the first time, and then she came back a week after, stayed for a while, and said that he wasn't back yet, and she was worried because they had a contract, and so she was gonna go look for him, and then she's been gone for like a month, and I don't know where she is.
Do you know where she was going to look?
No.
Do you know any details about this contract that she spoke of?
I mean, she said it was about that was a kidnapping in by the Lichton. Do you remember Lichton?
Yes.
People going to Lichton or coming from Lichton have been getting snatched, and so she went and started looking, and maybe she didn't get snatched.
Well, I'll tell you that I don't think Terra would get snatched without a fight. There's definitely something that we can take track of.
I just don't know where she is. I'm a little worried.
But keep in mind, I mean, I was gone for 2 months and now I'm standing here, so you can never really know.
Yeah. But Terra is very punctual. You're very good with time.
That she is. How's Tyron looking? Like physically? Is he looking okay?
He looks a lot better than when you last saw him. He's got scrapes across his face, and you can see like where his shirt kind of pulls down. You can see scarring throughout, like on his chest. But he seems to be he seems recovered.
Okay.
And it's at this point you just kind of look around and you realize there's three people still in the dining hall. There's you, Tyron, and the red-haired girl, Suna.
Yeah. Say, if we were to possibly go and make our way back to Lichton, whether or not that be for Terra, would you want to come?
Who are you addressing this towards, Tyron or Suna?
Yeah, Tyron.
Tyron. I want to go to Lichton, but Jaylee says I shouldn't. Something about people. It's not good for someone to go by himself. And Terra had Soa, and I have no one, and I would be in danger.
You have me, don't you?
Yeah. That's very nice of you. I would be very happy to go to Lichton and look for Terra.
And I'm sure everyone else wouldn't have a terribly hard time agreeing with such. Terra has been generous to us.
Oh, wait. I was gonna say that I thought you fought Terra, but that was in a tournament. That wasn't real.
And yet, you and I fought, and that was quite real.
Oh yeah, that was fun. I am not like Terra. If Terra fights you in real life, she kills you. If I fight you in real life, we buy drinks afterward.
Well, Terra kills you if she can get there.
Yeah, she gets that a lot though. Alright, to move over to Remen's Zex after this, for the sake of brevity of you guys getting back to the Mages Guild, you're doing the gems that you found in the Devils
Yes.
lair. As you have those appraised by a licensed appraiser, you go in and it's this very thin man, looks very
We've met them. We've
yeah,
met
very
all of them.
human. So I assume you're probably just going to Zenton again, like you
Yes.
did before.
Sure.
He appraises them. There's 14 of them, and they're each worth
Yes.
50 gold apiece.
That's it. I mean, what kind of gems are they? Because we could just hold on to them and use them as spell components instead.
Mm-hmm. And there's assorted, but the most common, I guess, between them all, would be it's like smaller version. It's like small crystals, and as they get appraised, some of them are like rubies, some are sapphires. The majority of them are diamonds, like small diamonds.
Yeah, you might as well just let me keep them.
All right, I'll take him out of my bag and just give him to you then.
So when you say majority, do you mean like like 2/3 or like?
I mean, a dozen
10.
of them. So
Oh,
12 out of the 14. There is a ruby, a sapphire, and then the rest of them are diamonds.
so for the purpose of this, for like say Revivify, it says a diamond worth 300 gold. These would suffice the cost of that, correct?
In my book, it specifically says diamonds worth 300 gold. So yes, it does.
All right. Yeah, I'll just take them.
Yeah. All right. And you've now acquired these. Both of you, with nothing else, I assume, are you heading back to the Mages
Probably
Guild?
too late in the day to go talk to Kane, right?
You can assume it is getting kind of late in the day. You guys have done
And
quite a
it's-
bit.
1 ruby, 50 GP, and then 1 sapphire, you said?
Mm-hmm. Ruby, sapphire, and then 12 diamonds.
Okie doke. Yep, it's time to head back. I'm going to try to get the carriage out tonight.
All right. As you guys head back into the Mages Guild, as you open up, you see Jaylene is no longer at her desk, and the dining hall has been emptied, save 3 people. Tyron, Gilgamesh, and the red-haired woman named Suna.
Okay. I'm going to let them know that we're going to go see if we can move the cart.
All right.
All right, so with Suna joining you all, Gilgamesh, are you coming with?
How late in the day is it? Like, how long until dark?
You've probably got like an hour or so before like dark. It's already losing light in the day.
How long is, seeing as I've walked this walk multiple times, roughly how long is the walk to the Fighters Guild?
The Fighters Guild itself, it's a large town. By the time you get there, it would be dark. It's a time.
I'm just, as they're like going to do the cart, I'm gonna tell Rem, I'll be back eventually, but I'm gonna go out for a little while.
Going to poke around in that rubble?
I'll be back, and I'm gonna leave.
Okay. The Gilgamesh exiting, the rest of you head over, and you can see the stone wall of this part of the Mages Guild as you guys are back there. And Suna, you haven't been brought back here, so you just see that behind the counter it just delves into this passageway. As you guys get there, you can see that Jaylene is there, and she's looking over the cart and looking at the wall. You just see her shoulders are just kind of, they're hanging a bit low. She's kind of, her hand on her chin, just kind of looking at it. And she turns and sees you all. You all are quite interesting.
You don't have to use the word interesting when you mean annoying.
Those traits coincide, don't they?
Not favorably.
Well, I believe you said stone shape was your plan.
Yeah, what's the length by width of the cart?
Of the cart?
Yeah, give me a length by width.
It's about 5. Was it 5 by 15? I think 5 by 15 because it fits a lot of stuff lengthwise, but it's a normal cart widthwise.
Yeah, it fits 10 people technically. Those were its specs. 10 people comfortably.
So
it's 5 by 15. Okay, let's see. Let's see if I can manage that. So to open it up, I'd have to open 3 holes and then close 3 holes. Does putting stone shape in a 5th level slot make it better? Let's
I
find out.
don't believe
Don't
so.
believe so. But I'm gonna check just in case, because it would be very helpful. Instead of making it like clearing it out, could I make it like a series of doors?
You'd
So
have to
for
make
stone
doors
shape, it
wide
says-
enough.
Yeah, it's 5 by 5 in anything, and you can make any shape, like a weapon, an idol, a coffer, or a small passage through a wall, as long as the wall is less than 5 feet thick. You could also shape a stone door or its frame to seal the door shut. The object you can create can have up to 2 hinges and a latch, but finer mechanical details aren't possible. Theoretically, I could make one big door if I
Mhm.
lined it up right? And
And
it would fit through.
are you trying to get into the hallway, or are you just trying to get it straight outside?
I'm trying to get it straight outside.
So I guess basically you could modify a large door into the wall.
This is
of-
just so because I can't close it all up today.
Mhm.
So this is so that I can close it back, fix what I can, and seal the rest up tomorrow. I'm running this by Jaylene, by the way.
Mhm. And she's just kind of nodding and thinking about it. I myself haven't used Stone Shape. You're toting it like it won't leave a mark at all afterwards.
What kind of stone are we looking at? Is it like brick?
Yeah, it's stone brick.
I can pay to have them fix that. Technically, I could make it so it's not, like, as I'm reshaping it, it's not changing the actual bricks. It's just like I'm basically making holes. The general shape of the bricks is still going to be there. It's going to be very minor damage, and I'll pay to have that fixed if you like. I mean, push comes to shove, if I think I'm going to be coming back here with the card anyway, I could just pay to have a whole fucking door installed. It would work well, because then you could use it for that purpose. You could say, hey, you got a caravan you want to get through? I can do that, and you can charge people for it.
Something I haven't thought about. Okay. I'll follow your lead on this one. And I'll see how it goes.
So I'm going to proceed with the plan as intended. I'm going to make the doors with the little latch. And I'm going to do the 5 by 15. So that's 3 4th level slots
Okay.
to fulfill that task. How's it looking?
So as you guys watch, it's a like you're watching Rems. They press their hands, and then suddenly their hands push into the wall, like it's suddenly become Play-Doh, and then pull it outwards as they begin to form, and then they stop and push their hands back in and draw it back as you watch as Rem's quite literally pulling and moving the walls and transforming them into a rough, like, door system of stone. And as you do this, eventually, little by little, Rem, as you burn through these, the fading light of the day becomes visible. And then you open up this space, for lack of a better term,
This
that
5 by 15, the tallest door.
as it leads through, and you can see the car. You open up a spot, literally just shifting the wall of the Mages Guild. And you've made a door.
How good does it look?
It's a thing of it looks
It's
like
a door.
yeah, and it looks like almost like the stones, because this magic makes them more clay-like than stone-like. It's that slight like melting thing that you get when you like leave clay a little bit and have pushed into it. It's very noticeable, but there's a door. It works.
Can I help lead like the horses outside, like with the wagon?
Do
wasn't
my
much help.
horses like you?
Oh, we can find out.
How does Citrus and Lightning, I remember what I named my horses, feel about you?
Are you going to try and
You
lead them?
named one of my horses?
Yes, it's not yours anymore. You
Oh,
ran away in
yeah.
the middle of the night.
Uh,
It's Citrus and Lightning.
Which one's mine?
Probably
Is that a-
Citrus.
Okay.
I named these after one time I spilled lemonade on my thighs. That's where this name comes from.
as
Alright.
as you try to lead it, make an animal handling check, Suna.
21.
21. All right. Rem, as you're just kind of focused on it, and Zex, you're kind of watching as as an observer. You see Suna grabs the center of the bridle that kind of keeps the two horses close together and begins leading as they follow. As the carriage itself, and Rem, as you're stepping back to look at and kind of admire your work.
I have to float for the top two portions, so I'm on my broom for this.
As you kind of come back, you're just like, oh yeah, and then you see the cart moving through, and then you realize what's going on. You see Suna has led the horses through and is just kind of holding on to them, keeping them from going anywhere or shuffling off as they've led the cart through. And now the cart is out of the Mage's Guild teleportation room. As you've successfully managed this first problem as you're back in Greywall.
So I can seal 2/3 of this.
Okay.
Like, so the doors don't open. When I
Okay.
close the doors, does everything seal properly?
Once you close them, are you closing Suna and the cart out?
I mean, I'm gonna wait for Suna to come back in.
Oh. Yeah, I'll come back in.
Like, the doors move; they have hinges.
All right. So, Suna, are you just leaving the cart out there with the horses? Are you doing anything specific?
We're gonna go get them in a second. Does someone want to wait out there with them while I deal with this?
I'll go wait out there with them.
All right. So Zex, you're looking after the horses. Suna comes in, and Rem, you pull the doors closed, and then as you push your hands to them, you see the stone beginning to try and reform into the brick.
I don't want to change it just yet.
Okay.
Or is it trying to change on its own?
Are you trying to change it? It's your choice.
No, I haven't changed it. I'm gonna look at Jaylene. I'm gonna ask her, "Do you want me to seal 2/3 of this shut? What are you thinking?" Because as it stands right now, I have the hole made. If you want to start having them come and do this, and this closes, and I'm pretty sure we could seal it up. It wouldn't take more than a moment to put some bolts into this, and put locks into this, and make it work. We could go get the pieces from town right now and do this right now.
You can keep it. I don't know what else you guys will bring through here, and I want to be prepared.
I'm sorry that we are the biggest inconvenience of your life to date.
Oh, we're the talk of the town because of all of you. And
For better or for worse.
I think it's fun. They can talk. I have the most interesting people in Greywall living under my roof.
We're thinking of buying our own property soon.
Oh, I'll be glad with the time I have.
Oh, we'll still come in through all the time. It's just, I'm thinking of, with the Fighters Guild messed up, and Guild doesn't like to be here all the time, and you're always welcome to drop by, and if my plans go well, maybe we'll have merchants come through.
Ah, it's very nice.
Depends if we'll be in town or on one of the keeps outside of town. Push comes to shove, I'll let you use some of our free rooms for storage if we get something too big.
All right. That's a deal.
We'll leave the doors for now, then.
All right.
They're a little tacky, but you know what? You got doors. Now
They
anyone
work.
can make our same mistakes.
They work at least. And I've seen a new spell.
You've never seen Stone Shape?
I don't... The people who come through...
Adventurers are prone to using magic for boom, not for practicality.
Absolutely. With the one exception being Lixin. Lixin himself has not used this. So... It's always nice seeing something new. I've been around for a while, but not that long. Not an old lady.
How old are you? No offense given, I guess.
It's fine. I'm only about... I'm in my 60s. It's...
What?
It's what
Same, and I feel old. I'm also in my 60s.
Well, when you yourself live... I've got probably 2/3 of my life ahead of me still. Well, you learn a couple things, but I'm not naive enough to think that I know everything.
Is Jaylene a half-elf?
She is.
I'm going to outlive Jaylene. I'm going to outlive all of you.
Assuming the best, yes, you probably will.
Well, I've already done the worst. So, assuming the best, yes, I will outlive everyone. 6. Same. Alright, we'll leave the door for now. I'm gonna go see if I can get locks this late. We'll try to install them.
Don't worry. I have something. You can pick something up in the morning. And you see as she pulls from her, seemingly from her sleeves, the silver thread, and then begins winding it and pulling it from her sleeve and wrapping it across the door.
I know what this is, don't I?
It's the alarm spell.
Yeah, I know an alarm spell. Alright, that'll work then.
It's temporary. I would like you, if this is what you wanted to do. I would like something a little bit more temporary, but for now this will do. Things are probably closed by now.
We're gonna talk about actually getting something properly installed, I guess.
Probably.
You could tout it like, hey, ever wanted to come home but you rode your cart out to the middle of fucking nowhere? Boy, do I know some asshat that made the same decision and blew a hole in my wall.
Mm-hmm. We'll find out. Not a lot of people use teleportation circles. I have a feeling the people who would be using this the most will be you. But we'll see. If the walls don't go well, I'll have to scrap it and I'll ask you to seal it all up. But we'll find out.
All right.
Only time will tell.
Well, we got the cart out with no casualties. That's a win in my book.
That's a plus.
Any more business you have with us, Suna?
I was hoping maybe someone with more control of their magic could maybe help me learn to control my magic as well.
You want to learn magical control?
This maybe might be better demonstrated outside.
Dear, is this what you were talking to me about beforehand?
Yes.
Okay. I have a room you might be able to use. You should probably collect your friend Zex, and then, can meet me outside of the trial room, actually, and you can show them what you mean, but you don't want, your friend to be left out in the cold.
I'm gonna talk to Zex through my ring. Loop around and meet me through the front door at the trial room. Suna wants to show us something.
I'll reply into the ring. All right, I will be there soon.
He could dimension door from the outside back in.
Where's he gonna put the cart?
That's what I was thinking. The whole point of me going out here was to,
Put the card away.
yeah.
Probably at the north then. The quickest place. No, we can't. The shit's
Let's just put it at the western gate. That's
Yeah.
the closest.
Mm-hmm. All right.
For the sake of making it faster, it does cost, basically a bit to, put the cart there, to store it. Because beforehand you guys were, Gideon was working on it when he made it, and then you guys just kind of took it and flew away. But it's not a lot. It's a copper a day.
We've been having it stowed in town before.
Mm-hmm.
It's been stowed on the eastern.
You stored it outside, I believe, of the wall.
I just remember putting it at the stables.
Yeah, you never actually put it at the stables. You just came in. You came in through the stables, but you never actually said where you put it. So that's not. It's only a copper a day, but
That's fine. We'll keep it there.
it's a thing until you guys actually get a house.
Yeah, it's a maintenance thing. It's fine. It's only a copper. We don't really use it for much else. It's fine.
Okay. So for that, and then Zex comes back, and you all reconvene, and Jaylene leads you all, and Suna, you kind of walk through. And Zex and Rem, this is a very familiar sight of the darkened room with the middle part lit up by some arcane light. And Jaylene kind of pulls Suna out to the middle lit up portion. And as she does, Jaylene just kind of motions and waves, and you can see a seemingly, like, it doesn't look big, it's like about a 4-foot tall rock. Just seems to be there. And then she turns to you, Suna.
I'll cast a 3rd level shatter on the rock.
All right. As Zex and Rem, you watch as she puts her hand out and then crunches in, and Zex, you recognize the spell immediately. And then the rock shakes and then shatters into pieces. Suna, I'd like you to roll.
I rolled 88.
Okay. As you watch in this second, the general magic, it's a small blue arcane light that comes from her fingertips, and as it comes back, you see the light seems to shoot back up her arm in a split second, and then I need you to roll the percentile dice again.
Okay. 76.
76. Rem, as you are watching, You see it spark up, and then a flash come out and jump and seem to latch onto you. As you kind of move back, you instinctually just kind of jump up, and then your feet don't touch the ground again.
Sorry.
And you're looking, and it's very similar to when you're flying on the broom. But you're not on the broom. You're just flying.
Do I know what this is? Like, do I know what this phenomena is in any way?
Roll a Arcana check.
I mean, with my
Can I do the
background, would I know
same?
what this phenomena is?
No. This is generally this is something that you haven't seen. Most people, when they're arcane, everyone that you've seen, completely in control of their magic. Some of them don't realize they have it, but the second they realize they have it, they're fine. It's very innate.
I'm talking about people that I haven't. But I got you. Arcana 16.
Can I roll as well for this, possibly?
Sure.
Okay. I rolled a nat 20.
Okay.
Ooh.
And generally, it comes to you, Zex. There are a lot of things out there that are innately magic. Dragons are innately magic. A lot of devils and demons are innately magic. Fae are magic. And sometimes they impart their magic onto other things. And sometimes the magic itself that is imparted onto the poor soul that gets it is more powerful than the mind and the soul of that person can handle. And it leads with these rare phenomena of people that aren't beholden to any god or demon. People that never studied a day in their life, but yet can still cast. However, these people can't always control what they cast and come with side effects.
Cool.
Do I know this from my 16?
You know this, and it's a thing of Rem. As Rem, you come into it, Zex helps fill the gaps. So that the two of you kind of go through it, but you realize from the two of you putting your heads together, you are staring at a woman that is barely contained magic.
Can I control this flight? Or am I just gingerly,
You
like, drinking a soda in Willy Wonka's factory floating?
You can control the flight in every way except stopping it. You try to stop the spell, but you can't. You can control where you're flying, you just can't not fly.
You are correct. I cannot stop this spell at this moment in time. But now I know if this woman's going to be traveling with us, I should have a particular thing handy. I see what you mean. I can't say I've seen this particular phenomenon before, and I can't say that will be of any help to you in any emotional departments, but magical control is what you're looking for. I mean, ironically enough, you saw me exhibit some of the most control you'll ever see from magic just now. And when it comes to destructive force, I know no one better than Zex that knows how to contain that.
I have more to offer than destructive force.
Yeah, but you're the only one that has it.
I'll give you that.
You don't see me running around with shatters.
Fair enough.
I promise you nothing. We can teach you nothing. I'm not going to hold your hand if you cry. And I want to let you know that one of our party members ran away. So if you run away, just know that, yeah, that's that. I hope you're ready for an awful time. But a fun one, but awful.
Well, I guess awful is
This,
kind of on brand for me, I guess.
oh, that's a backstory flag.
Mm-hmm.
All right. All right then. I guess you can hang around us. Controlling things is your mission. Zex, this is really your thing.
Yeah, I was gonna say this is kind of my department, isn't
Yeah.
it?
I can help, but I can help with discipline, but containing destructive force. That's all you.
I guess we can work on it. Not tonight, though.
All right.
That's all right. It is getting to be late. But thank you.
Of course.
All right. As the three of you make your way back with Jaylene and just kind of take it in that you guys are finally home, Gilgamesh, as your walk through the waning lights of the remainder of the day, the town itself is beginning to slow down. As you make your way through the streets, the people in the street fade, and you can only hear it when you pass by a tavern. Eventually, you make your way over to the destroyed remains of the Fighters Guild. As you can see, the walls are mostly still there, with one of the four mostly collapsed, and another one partially collapsed, but the roof itself is gone. Many of the stones and bricks have been reduced to rubble.
Reduced to ash.
And you're standing outside the ruined remains of the Fighters Guild.
Is this sand, like the sand, like fighting pit in the middle, still somewhat like intact, if you can call it that?
You can see where it was. You can see the metal rim that kept the sand in, like just slightly thing, and you can see there was a pit has been broken and shipped, and it's less refined. There's no blood on it anymore, but it is unkept, and it seems the only thing that has relieved the blood from the sand is possibly rain that may have come through Greywall on your 2-month journey away.
But there is still sand in the pit.
Yes.
I am going to make my way into the pit.
All right.
I'm gonna take my long sword, like stick it into the ground to the right of me,
Mm-hmm.
and then take a knee.
All right.
I want to cast augury.
All right.
Now, this actually, no, this should work. I just basically, should I share the information about Tara and her situation, or I guess it's not should I. I'm going to like share the information about Tara. How will they take that? Like, what will they do with that?
As you just kind of focus in on the fuzzy idea of who you're trying to talk to. It is will is the word that comes to your mind.
Okay. I'm just gonna kind of sit here for a little while. Just
All right.
kind of reminisce a bit.
All right, as you sit and feel the colding, but not nearly as cold as you've been used to. Evening air just kind of wash over you. The silence of the night as the rest of you prepare to bed down and end this day. Finally home. And seeing old friends. And possibly meeting a new one. That's where I'm going to end the session for tonight. Welcome back, Suzanne. Spending half the session away.
Well, I think after April and Zax's misadventures in that took up almost the entire session. I think it's only fair I sit out a session while
So
Halmedia takes charge.
Zex goes unpunished.
Soon.
These are the consequences of my actions.
Oh, well,
I mean,
it's
I'm looking at
great.
the stats in your new character. I really like it. I like what you're going for here.
it's an interesting character, and I'm excited to see what they do. I'm excited on seeing how many problems it causes.
Oh, hella.
And
So many
Yo, the
problems.
card
I
said
wanted-
that already won.
We can do this after stream ends, but I wanted
Yeah.
to make sure we're on the same page on rolling wild magic.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I'd like if we could all have access to that table.
You're not getting access to the table because it's more fun when I know.
Well,
I didn't
can
even
get access to the table.
Well, which book did I take it from? There's different
I can
tables.
find all of them.
Don't you dare.
It's
I'm gonna
not
switch.
more fun.
I'm gonna switch the table every week.
That's perfectly fine.
Oh, please.
But yes, welcoming our mostly sorcerer. That's why I decided to put sorcerer under Suna's tag on the bottom
That's fair.
instead of fighter. But it is gonna be an interesting. I'm very much looking forward to this.
Gotta be something.
We're sad to see, at the very least, I'm sad to see April go. But at the end of the day, it is a game, and people need to play what they think will work the best for the story and for the characters. You're finally back at Greywall, guys.
Never
You're
thought we'd make it.
Finally out of Formios. Out of almost, I think literally 9 sessions. 9 or 10 sessions, either 10 exactly or 9 sessions exactly. You've
Wow.
finally gotten out of Formios. I think this is the longest you've spent in one spot. And we're on to something. You guys have come back to Greywall and realized it did not like staying still. And Gil found out a surprising amount of stuff. Gil, how do you feel? How does Gil feel?
How does Gil feel? You know, Gil feels the amount of different emotions that Gil felt.
What a
is
poker
fucking
face.
Crazy, man. There was so much.
What a poker face.
And yet y'all knew nothing.
But yeah,
I love how, for lack of having a good relationship with your party, you have decided to rely on divination spells
uh,
to try to bridge the gap. Like, should I tell them that I care about them? Whoa! All right, fuck that.
Guess not.
magic,
Guess not.
magic
Sounds
8-ball.
Magic
People.
8-ball.
Please.
I was genuinely upset to hear about Tara. I'm like, oh my fucking god, she's dead.
Oh my fucking god. She fucking dead.
Fucking
Miss
dead.
Keisha.
Like I'm genuinely like, and when you said it's near Lichton, and remember I brought it up the other day. I'm like, remember when that thing happened by Lichton? And I'm like, are you?
Oh god.
Oh,
Yeah, it's now you guys know that Tara's been gone for like at least like a month.
and Tyron's so lost, the poor dumb baby. He's like, she's been
Wasn't-
gone, and I'm alone.
Wasn't like she acting super weird before the Fighters Guild got destroyed? Like she was
She
waiting around for someone?
She
Mhm.
always does.
She told you she was waiting for someone and he was late and she's gonna kick his ass.
Well, I think she got her ass kicked.
So something's up with Tara. Something might be up with Darren.
Something's for sure up with Darren, and we're gonna
Oh.
have to go deal with that.
He is having
Yeah.
problems.
And I realized no one knows what's up.
No.
No one knows.
I wanted to mention something. I
You
wanted
could.
to mention something.
You could say
so
that it was really
bad.
weird up there, but you couldn't tell him what
No,
it is.
No, because I wouldn't know it's weird up there. That could be day-to-day life for them. I have no clue what it's like. Because
I
that's
mean-
just that could be how they live.
You brought it up, and you're like, "Hey, it's weird that I have to get permission to just buy a sword."
I
And I-
did.
Like, I love how instead of telling him like, "Yeah, your dad was weird," you're like, "Hey, your dad's a bitch."
Does surprisingly mediocre work.
And
I'm like, "Oh,
all it is
God,
just
that hurts."
confusing him because he's just like, that doesn't sound like my dad.
I mean,
Listen, my description was some old guy who's a blacksmith, and I'm just like, yeah, that sounds like your dad.
He's
We learned now.
old guy who would lay you on your ass. That's a blacksmith.
Which this man could not.
this man was like 5 foot even.
Yeah. And he was just like, he was just like rambling on and on about this stuff, and I'm just thinking, Gil does not give a shit about anything this man is saying right now. Like he's going to forget it within the day.
Mm-hmm. Look, you can't say Gil has short-term memory if you're just forgetting everything.
Well, no, it's not that. I mean, yeah, that's fair. I swear to God, I wrote his name down. Lord Tiber. I wrote his name down. I remember doing it, and now I'm upset because I can't find it.
It's wild. Well, thank you everybody so much for watching. This has been D&D Papihos session 29. I'd almost wager that I'd call it Return to Greywall, unless if one of these guys have a better name for it. Cause I don't know. That's a big thing, and you guys are finally back in the city. Thank you, Epic Pogger Gnome, for coming in. Thank you, Cozy, for coming in. I think, Radiated Llama was here. You guys are great. Thank you all for coming in and saying hi and trying to expand the plot and having the players panic and put the plot back and have it's all great. You guys are
I give
amazing.
up.
You guys are amazing. Thank you everybody so much for watching. My name is JC. I am the DM for this campaign. Thank you again and always. Thanks going out to Helminia, James, Suzanne, and Alpha for playing their characters and going through this story of mine. It's always really nice to see people that, even if their characters don't care about the story, the people do, just a little bit. Thank you everybody so much for watching. I will see you all in the next live stream. Jesus. In the next live stream or video. Take care, guys. Have a good night.